You're invited to the party, celebrating 50 years of unprecedented success in the country music industry. Bill Anderson has written more songs and had more songs recorded than any other country music writer in history, and that's something to celebrate. So we invited all of his friends, cooked us up a big old cake, and tried to do this celebration right. Hosted by Vince Gill, this collection features many of Bill's biggest hits, so we're glad you chose to attend this bash. For one of country music's true legends, welcome to Bill Anderson's 50th anniversary celebration.
City lights as far as I can see. The great white way shines through the night for lonely guys like me. The cabarets and honky-tonks, their flashing signs invite a broken heart to lose itself in the glow of city lights. Lights that say forget her name in a glass of sherry wine. Lights that offer other girls for empty hearts like mine. They paint a pretty picture of a world that's gay and bright, but it's just a mask for loneliness behind those city lights. Oh, play it, Hank. Like old Tommy. Dark and God made stars to brighten up the night, but God who put the stars above, I don't believe made those lights. For it's just a place for men to cry when things don't turn out right. Just a place to run away and hide behind those city lights. Lights that say forget her love in a different atmosphere. Lights that lure on nothing but a masquerade for tears. They paint a pretty picture, but my arms can't hold them tight, and I just can't say I love you to a street of city lights. Thanks, everybody. Thank you so much, and welcome everybody to the 50th celebration of the life and times, I guess, of one of our dear friends, Bill Anderson. City Lights was probably the first song Bill got covered in a big way by the great Ray Price. Talk about pressure. Start the show off with me having to sing Ray Price. Thank you very much. But let's make our dear friend welcome, everybody, Mr. Bill Anderson. Too late, man.
God love you. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Welcome, pal. This is long overdue, but we do these things so many times, and you have been the one over all these years that has always presided over these ceremonies, and you do such a masterful job that when they called and asked me to do this, I tried to say no, but then when I realized the invitation came from you, I said yes immediately. So we're honored to be here tonight and celebrate 50 years of some great songs and some great records by you. So
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, and I'm honored that you're here to do this. I'm honored that you're here, everybody. Thank you.
We're surrounded by Bill Anderson.
I'm sorry.
You know, one thing I admired so much about you, Bill, in watching your career is how you managed to walk that line of being one of the greatest songwriters that ever lived, but you also made great records. And in a time where, like today, it seems hard for someone to be both, to get other people to record his songs and still have a career as I do, and a lot of other people in this room do the same thing. How did you walk that line where people, I would assume because the songs were just great and everybody wanted to cut them, but I'll bet was it difficult for you at times to say, I'd like to hang on to this song for me, or should I let Ray have it, or should I let someone else have it?
I never tried to write songs for anybody in particular. I just really tried to write songs, and I tried to keep Bill Anderson, the writer, and Bill Anderson, the recording artist, separate. If I found a good song that somebody else had written, I had no qualms whatsoever about recording it. And some of my biggest hits were songs that I didn't write. People think I wrote them, but I didn't. And if I wrote something that Gene Shepard or Charlie Louvin or Jim Ed Brown, any of the people in this room liked enough to want to record it, then most of the time, it was theirs for the taking. There were a few times when I held on to them, when I knew that they were for me. But most of the time, I just tried to keep an open mind about it and say, wherever the song lands, that's where it lands. And I just hope it lands somewhere.
It's been great just getting to talk to everybody today and this morning and finding out just how they might have, started a friendship with you, with whether business-wise or personal. And George Hamilton IV told me that the first song that he ever cut for his first record on RCA with Chat was one of your songs. And George, I'd love for you to tell this story. You can tell it much more eloquent than I.
Well, Bill and I joined the Grand Ole Opry, I guess the same year. And I remember he heard that I'd signed with RCA Records with Chet Atkins, and Bill wrote me a wonderful song called To You and Yours for Me and Mine. It was the title track of my first Nashville album in 1960. And by the way, Bill Anderson, I don't know if everybody in this room realizes it, he's the most recorded songwriter in the history of country music. Wow. Bar none. Yeah.
Thanks to these people.
And what goes around comes around, because that was 1960 when that song was the title of my first Nashville album. And now Bear Family Records of Germany have just released a compilation of all my early recordings from the 50s and 60s. Guess what the title of the album is? To You and Yours for Me and Mine by Bill Anderson. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, George.
Yes, sir.
Could we talk you into singing that for us, George? Could we get you to sing that one?
I'd love to.
Great.
Love to. All right. Wedding bells are ringing on two sides of town tonight. One wedding is at 7, one's at 9. A pair of old sweethearts will hold their new sweetheart so tight. Best of luck to you and yours from me and mine. To you and yours, may happiness flow free. May you find in him the faith you lost in me. And although I don't love her yet, Perhaps I will in time. Best of luck to you and yours from me and mine. I'm afraid to say I do, for fear I really don't. Afraid my conscience might not walk the line. For even though I'll kiss her lips, it's your lips that I want. That's the difference in you and yours and me and mine. To you and yours, may happiness flow free. May you find in him the faith you lost in me. And although I don't love her yet, perhaps I will in time. Best of luck to you and yours from me and mine. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. Thank you. Gosh, I hadn't heard that in a long time. Thank you.
You know, I hadn't sung that song in a while, and I got it out and listened to the original recording from 1960, and suddenly realized I was whispering a little bit back in those days.
Well, I'm glad you changed directions and left that to me. But you made a great record on that song. You know, we used to could write songs like that. You know, he's getting married and we're getting married and I'm really in love with you. And, you know, this song. You don't hear things like that much anymore today.
I wish we did. Don't you? I wish we did.
Well, it's real life. It happens.
I know it. That is one fine man right there.
Yes, it is.
Since I moved to Nashville all these years ago, I don't think there's a kinder gentleman than George Hamilton. That's always right there. Now the pressure starts. All been planning to get even. No, not really.
Oh, is that what this is going to be?
Well, slightly a roast, slightly a toast. You know, there's only one letter that'll separate this. That's S, whispering. When you got to Nashville, did you come with Roger Miller? Did he bring you to town?
Sort of. Roger and I met each other in Atlanta in the late 50s. He was in the Army, stationed at a place called Fort McPherson right outside of Atlanta. And I was in school at the University of Georgia and working as a disc jockey on a radio station. And every time they would bring a country music show to town, Roger and I, we were the local germs, the local spooks that gathered backstage, crashed in, managed to get in the back door somehow and hung out together and became very fast friends. Both of us had the same ambition and goal in life to come to Nashville, write songs, and maybe if we were lucky, you know, make a few records. We kind of made a pact between us back then that whichever one of us got here first would help the other one to get here. And bless his heart, he got here first. He got here about a year before I did. He got out of the Army and came straight up here. And when it was my time to try and come, he introduced me to the people that I needed to meet, opened a lot of doors for me, and truly kept his word. He was a wonderful human being, and my goodness, there was nobody any funnier or anybody any more talented than he was.
Did you get signed first as a writer or as a record deal?
Oh, as a writer.
As a writer first?
Yeah, and the writer, that's the reason I got a record deal. I mean, nobody made any bones about that. Owen Bradley told me, he said, "You're not the greatest singer I ever heard by a long shot," but he said, "I really like your songs," and he said, I think we can cut some good records together and have some fun, and fortunately we did a little bit of both.
Well, there was a lot of that went on in those days, wasn't there, where a lot of songwriters would make records too, but you don't get to see near as much of today.
That was the key. For many of us, and you can look down the list: Mel Tillis, Tom T. Hall, Roger Miller. The list, goes on.
Yeah. What I liked about some of the older days is that when a great song would come out, there'd be like a mad dash for everybody to get a version of it. And I love to sit at the Opry at night and hear little Jimmy say, I had the original version, or Gene Shepard say, I had the very first version, or then somebody covered me and somebody covered me. And was it always that way? Was everybody trying to record there was so many people recording the same song, and nobody does that anymore. If somebody gets a hold on a song and it gets put on hold, it's pretty much locked up.
Well, you may not know this, but Ray Price did not make the original record of City Lights.
I did not.
Okay. I made the original record in a little studio down in Georgia, and it came out on a label called TNT Records in San Antonio. A fellow named Dave Rich was recording for RCA at the time, and Chet Atkins got a hold of my record. Charlie Lamb took it to Chet Atkins and said, you might want to listen to this song. The original record of City Lights on a major label was recorded by Dave Rich. And he actually rewrote a little bit of the second verse. Somebody told me backstage that you said it was kind of wordy.
Yeah, is that his part?
That's his part, yeah.
I listened to old Ray Price singing it, and he kind of stumbled through that part too. So I don't feel so bad.
Let me tell you how I wrote it. The last verse says, the world was dark and God made stars to brighten up the night. And then the way you and Ray and Dave sang it was, but God who put those stars above, I don't believe made those lights. I didn't write it that way. I wrote it as a question. I wrote, did the God who put those stars above make those city lights? Did he make a place for men to cry where things don't turn out right? Are we just supposed to run and hide behind those city lights? I wrote it that way. Dave was very, and is today, Dave Rich is a minister. He was very religious. He did not like the line, did the God who put those stars above. He thought I was implying that there were two different gods, and that's not what I meant at all. What I meant was, how could God make something as beautiful as the stars and something that can be, as ugly as a street of city lights?
I apologize for not having the TNT version of your record.
You and millions of other people don't have it.
Hey, Bill.
Yes,
I got
T.
a question, Vince. So, my mom and daddy live in Commerce, Georgia, and you wrote City Lights at WJJC, didn't you?
Up on top of the little hotel.
Now, what I want to know is, since to this day there are no city lights in Commerce, I mean, the tallest building's like 2 stories high. What inspired you to write that there?
My daddy said later in life, he said, I should have known, son, if you had the imagination to look at those 2 traffic lights in Commerce and write the bright array of city lights, that you were going to be successful. The thing of it was, T, I went up on top of the little hotel. It was actually 3 stories high. And I went up on top of the building, and what really struck me was it was a beautiful, clear night. And what really struck me, even though there weren't, many lights down, it was the contrast between the stars and the city lights. And actually, if I remember right, I'm almost positive that I wrote the second verse first, the part comparing the stars to the city lights. But you're right, there's not a lot of lights in Commerce.
Well, that's good to know. That's good to know, because those extra 3 words in there were hard to get in there.
Well, blame Dave Rich.
All right. Well, you did so many different things in your career. I mean, I loved watching you host TV shows. You had a game show, and was the Better Sex back in was that in the 80s or the 70s?
Late 70s.
Yeah, I was out in Los Angeles, and I used to watch you on that. And I love that back in the day there were more duets than there ever is today. Occasionally somebody will get together and record a duet for one song for a record or something. But you guys would make duet records, not only with Jan, but also Mary Lewis here, who was one of your early duet partners. And how'd those things come about? Were those more from you guys, or maybe from the record company or the record producers, or how did that work in the day?
I don't know how it happened with the others. With Jan and I, it happened because of television. I was doing a syndicated TV show over in Charlotte, North Carolina. Gene Shepard was the original female singer. I think we did the Dear John letter a few times and maybe 1 or 2 other duets. And then Gene was, busy with other career things, and Jan had come over as a guest. And the producers liked Jan a lot, and when Gene made the decision to go, they asked Jan to fill in. And Jan and I started singing duets on television and started getting a real great reaction to it. At the same time, she moved from Capitol Records to Decca, where I was, so we were on the same label, and we went, as best as I remember, Jan, didn't we just go to Owen and ask him if we could make some records together?
Yeah, I think so. Well, we used to, if we were working the show together or something, we'd sit around in the between shows and sing duets or sing harmony or whatever. And I think we both went to Owen and said, why not? You have two artists here, why not make a third one?
I remember Owen's comment, and this was always interesting to me. He said, what we will do is we'll put the duet records will not replace your singles or Jan's singles. We'll try to find places and slot them in between. He said, we're not looking for another Wilburn Brothers. In other words, he didn't want us just to totally be a duet act. It was just kind of a little extra something. And the same happened with Conway and Loretta, with Porter and Dolly, and the way it went on down the line.
Yeah, it's a shame because there's so many. There could be so many great records made with different artists that don't, just because of label concerns or time constraints of getting records out in the way that it works today.
And getting back to something else you mentioned there about the fact that a song would be recorded by so many different people. The belief in those days, and I'm still not positive that this isn't still true today, the belief was among the record people, or at least at our label, was that titles sold records. I remember Owen saying, a Webb Pierce fan doesn't think a song's been sung until Webb Pierce sings it. Meaning that the title, if they picked up a Webb Pierce album and saw a couple of his hits, maybe a couple of songs that were new, and then they saw 3 or 4 titles of other songs that they were familiar. Oh, hey, this is Webb singing Detroit City, or this is Webb singing, another great song or something. Then they would put those titles in, and that's the way songs got recorded so many times, because the belief was that the titles sold the product. And I'm still not sure that that's not true.
I think that's true. You still make a case for people that like a song but couldn't tell you who it is singing.
Oh, yeah.
That still goes on very much. Well, Mary Lou has graciously come to pay tribute to you today. I thought maybe we'd get her to come up and sing one of your great songs. Mary Lou, would you be so kind?
It's one of my favorites, and I sang this before I met Bill. And
me too.
Yeah. All right. I think you'll know this one.
When you found somebody new, I thought I never would forget you, for I thought then I never could. But time has taken all the pain away. Up till now, I'm only hurting once a day. Once a day. All day long. And once a night. From dusk till dawn. The only time so glad I'm not like the girl I knew one time. She lost the one she loved, then slowly lost her mind. She sat around and cried her life away. Lucky me, I'm only crying once a day. Once a day, all day long, and once a night, from dusk till dawn, the only time
job. Mary Lou, where did you guys first meet, you and Bill?
Well, I was singing in Wheeling, West Virginia. They had a show up there that a lot of the country artists came to, and I got to meet them. I was there usually every Saturday night. And Bill came up with his band and did the show, and I would stand back and watch that band and watch them set up them gold microphones. I didn't, I was young and dumb. I said, boy, I bet I'd sound good if I could sing through them gold microphones. But that's where I met him, and then he read a review of a show that I had done there one particular time, and read the article and kind of was impressed with what the man had said. And then he called me and told me that there was going to be an opening in his show, and would I want to audition? So I said, this is my big chance. I'm going to Nashville and I'm going to sing through them gold microphones. But I went to Vero Beach, Florida with him, and got out, and it was just a huge crowd. It was a fair, and I forgot the words of the song that I was singing, Country Roads, and I made up the words. He was impressed with that. I don't know what they were, but I thought, well, I've blown my big chance to get to Nashville, and I was so disappointed in myself and my performance. But he was so kind, and he said, you know, I was impressed by the way you covered up that mistake. And then we worked out the details. I was living in Dayton, Ohio, and then eventually in a couple months moved to Nashville. And, you know, I was there 7 years. It was wonderful. I get to hear the songs a lot of times. He'd be writing the songs while we were traveling. And I get to hear them before anybody else did. And I heard Slipping Away before Gene Shepard did. So, I mean, it was a lot of fun. It was a great time. Traveled all over the world, got to see the world, and sing country music. And you know, I've always said a songwriter is a singer's best friend, and we've been friends for a long time, over 30 years. And
I was so impressed with how professional she was, not to have had any more professional experience than she had had. When she got out there and forgot those words, you know, a lot of people would have just, you know, kind of shrunk and crawled in the hole. She just started rewriting the song, making up words, and it right on it. Probably she and I and maybe one or two others are the only people that knew that wasn't the way John Denver wrote it, you know. But she was such a pro, and you sensed that, and you sensed the potential that somebody has. You're talking about going all over the world. You know where that picture right there was taken? Do you remember that? Because you were there.
London.
Huh?
Was that London?
That was in London.
Yes.
Yeah. That was the night we did the first live satellite broadcast from London to the United States.
Yes.
First time.
And didn't they carry it on the Grand Ole Opry on WSM? I thought they did.
Yeah.
Our first live satellite. Yeah. So we're part of really history.
Did he ever make you drive the bus?
No, as a matter of fact, he wasn't on the bus one time, and I really wanted to drive that bus. I wanted to just feel that experience of the bus, and one of the band members was driving, and I said, you know, I really like to drive this bus. He said, come on. Bill ain't here. And, so I got myself behind that wheel, and, you know, I said, that's enough. That's too much equipment for me. I can't handle that.
Jan you drove the bus one night.
I surely did.
And why, Bill?
You were asleep.
Because I was asleep.
Yeah, you were.
Just saying.
Oh, wait a minute. Bill was asleep, and everybody was asleep except the driver. He was up there, and I was riding shotgun. And the relief driver, Steve, was sitting back here somewhere. But anyway, I said, I bet I could do that. I bet I could do that. He said, you want to try? And I said, sure. So he raised up, I slid in underneath him. And so he sat over here in the jump seat, and I'm tooling down the interstate. And all of a sudden I saw in the rearview mirror the door open, and Bill stuck his head out there, and he was okay. He looked over there and saw Tom, the driver, And then he looked back there and saw Steve sitting back there, and he looked up there and saw me, and he said, "Oh my God, we're going to be killed." Get out of that seat. Get out of that. I said, okay.
Is that when he became Screaming Bill Anderson?
Yeah, he gasped me. Yeah, I taught him to holler.
Oh, man. Well, no, back in the day, I know a lot of musicians would get gigs if they could fit in the uniform and drive the bus.
That was it.
Oh, I had another one. Fit in the uniform, drive the bus, and field ground balls in the infield. I had a softball team. Yeah, and after the guy proved he could play and fit in the clothes, I'd time see how fast he could run to first base before I hired him.
Well, I know you're excited the Atlanta Braves are in the playoffs.
How about
this year.
that? Yeah, I really am.
Your beloved Braves. I know you're a baseball fan, a basketball fan, and did you come by that honestly? Were you an athletic kid? Did you play ball as a
I don't
kid?
know. Look over there to that picture. Does that look athletic? I don't know.
You look like a lefty. Are you playing first base?
I was playing first base. Well,
Okay.
a left-hander can't play but a few places.
That's what I'm
He can
saying.
pitch
That's
and
the
he can
only
play
place they
first
could put a
base.
lefty, it seemed like.
I pitched baseball in high school, and then when got up here and started playing softball, I played first base most. I played football for a couple of years and learned a lot of great lessons from it. The greatest lesson was that's a rough game.
Yeah.
I don't need to be out there playing that. But I'm like you. I love sports. It's kind of a hobby of mine, and whatever's in season is what I love. I just never was like you, and I never got good at golf. I cannot play golf.
Golf is what made me a good guitar player. I couldn't putt. When I found out I couldn't putt very good, I started practicing that guitar. But I was just curious if, so many of us, we have so many different loves, and I know there's a lot of people in athletics that might be baseball player, basketball player that are drawn to musical people.
Mm-hmm.
And you find that grass is greener kind of thing, and boy, I wished I could have done that. And I was that way with sports, and I just assumed you were because we see each other at the Vandy games all the time. And
Well, I think we athletes and entertainers are kind of drawn together. We have similar lifestyles. We live out of a suitcase. We travel. We're, kind of in the spotlight and this kind of thing. And for us, the sports is kind of a release. For them, the music is kind of a release, and it does kind of draw you together. And like you, I have some wonderful friends in athletics and sports, and I consider those among my treasured friends.
Agreed. I think old John Anderson came to see you today. Where are you,
did
John?
come
There you
to
go.
see y'all.
My brother John.
How you doing, Mr. Bill?
John.
Good to see y'all.
People have wanted to know all these years, if Lynn Anderson and I were married, and, if John was our son.
Sparky was your dad?
And
There we
he
go.
is, right, Lynn?
Of course he is, baby.
Y'all got the same hair.
I've been a good boy.
The perfect package show. The perfect package show. Let's do it.
That's great.
We're ready.
Now,
This is a family reunion. I want to say what a pleasure it is being here today, Bill, for you, and congratulations. I have had the opportunity, a wonderful opportunity, to sit and write with Bill for a day or two, and I hope we can do that again soon.
We need to finish that one song
Yes,
we
sir.
started. We got off on one and never got it quite finished,
Well,
didn't we?
we'll finish it. Yes, sir.
You're a great writer and one of everybody's favorite singers, John. I'm proud we share the same last name.
Yes, sir. Likewise. And I do want to say what an inspiration you've been. Growing up in Florida, of course, we got just a couple or three of the country music shows down there every week, and yours was one of them. And, of course, one of the shows that I tuned into every week and watched and listened, and soon became so in love with country music that I found myself moving up here. So I'll always thank you for that.
What
and
you did
Porter
was you looked at
Lester
Dad and you
Earl.
said, if he can make it, anybody can.
Yeah, no, I'm afraid that wasn't it. No,
Thank you.
no, sir. But again, thanks for the great inspiration and all the wonderful songs and
Thank you,
records.
John.
God bless
One of my favorite stories about John is he first came to town, he worked on the Opry House in
Sure
building.
did. Yes,
and,
sir.
we
Put
just-
the roof on it.
That's right. We just recently reopened the Opry House after the big flood that came here in May, and
Well, it wasn't the roof that was leaking, though.
it wasn't the roof.
Yeah, roof didn't leak. But I learned an awful lot sitting up on the roof of that old Grand Ole Opry. I used to tell those boys working there, I said, The stage at that time was just a pit, a hole with rebar sticking out of it. And I always thought, boy, if anybody ever falls down there, that's going to be tough. So I used to point down at that old hole. It's about 30 feet deep from the regular floor level. And I'd say, one day I'm going to play on that stage. Oh, yeah, everybody says that. So it took a while, but I made it. Yes, sir. I did get to play.
Johnny, would you be kind enough to lay a little Bill Anderson song on us?
I sure, let me go get my guitar and
All right, pal.
get squared away here.
I told him one night on Opry backstage when I was hosting that show, he was telling the story about the roof, and I said, you know, it must be quite a feeling to go from nailing the roof on to standing on the stage and raising the roof with the applause that he got.
He can get it done. He's one of the greatest singers ever.
Well, he's a stylist. He's such a great stylist, and I miss the great stylists of this business.
You know, you hear him on the radio, and you know exactly who it is. And also, a lot of the old singers were, I don't mean to use the word old, but the great phrasers. You know, great singers are not beat singers. You know, great singers are singers that have a way of singing and having a pocket and a cadence and a phrasing thing that makes them special. That's the real art of great singing.
Like Ray Price singing,
Exactly.
I don't believe he made those lights.
Exactly. I showed you how it would sound if you sang on the beat.
Y'all don't get too much in that. I'm fixing to have to do the same thing. I wish I could. Again, the record that I learned this song from was our dear friend Porter's record. And again, he was one of the only shows that they piped in down in the swamps in Florida. So I'll see if I can do this song justice. It's I've enjoyed as much of this as I can stand. Of this as I can stand. You look lovelier tonight than I remember. I'm so glad I got to see you once again. I enjoy just sitting down and reminiscing. But I've enjoyed as much of this as I can stand. So you say you're happy now, you found a new love. Tell him I think he's a lucky man. No, I don't think I have time to see his picture. I've enjoyed as much of this as I can stand. There's so much more between us than this table. All those years, all those dreams, all those plans. You know about me saying I still love you. But I've enjoyed as much of this as I can stand. Shuffle for me, so much more between us than this table. All those years, all those dreams, all those plans. Yes, you know about me saying I still love you. But
can stand. Yes, I've enjoyed as much of this as I can stand.
Made me believe it.
How do you think of that? Enjoyed as much of this as I can take. My goodness, that was good. Thank you, John, and the band.
Yeah, what about that band? Wow.
You know, there's 3 guys in this band that have been band members of mine and traveled and played a lot of these songs before. Mike Johnson on the steel and Dirk Johnson on the keyboards and Les Singer on the acoustical guitar. They're terrific, along with all the rest of them.
We're going to, 4 of us get to go together and do a different kind of tribute to you later.
Won't be the first time they've done it.
You know, those are some of the great stories, you know, that go on through the years. I had a story that I'd been told that was told for years about you, and I finally went to you and I said, I've heard this story my whole life. Is it true? And you finally set me straight. You said, well, the story is true, but it wasn't me. And I just love, you know, the stories that get passed down. I just recently read the biography of Buck Owens, and it just so many things. I just love discovering stuff. I be honest, there was some of these songs today I didn't know you wrote. I felt like a fool, but at the same time, I was going, wow, it doesn't surprise me. That's why it's a great song. And I just, I think that so oftentimes we get caught up in too much stuff that doesn't matter, you know, and we talk about things that are surfacey. And I brought that, you know, story up because it's the truth. It's funny. I'm not going to tell it because it's a little on the edge, but. You know, I think the truth is such an engaging thing, so much more interesting than that stuff that we often live on the surface with.
Well, you go back to what Harlan said, or Harlan is credited with being the one that said it. You know, country music is 3 chords and the truth, and there's a lot of truth in these old songs. I had my heart broken awful bad before I moved to Nashville. I don't know if you've noticed, but in nearly every one of these songs so far, they've been singing about, you know, this third person that you're still in love with or something, you know. So there was an awful lot of truth in some of those early songs.
Well, I think that, I'll ask you this. Did people come to you and ask you if songs were autobiographical?
Oh, yeah.
When you be reviewed or be interviewed and things like that? Because I get the same thing, you know, that I write songs and well, is this about you? Is this about you? And sometimes you think, well, I can't even have an imagination. Everybody's got to perceive everything as verbatim of your life.
Yeah, I wrote a song one time, never got it recorded, but I answered that sometimes. I said, the truth doesn't always rhyme. and so you can't just totally write.
Yeah.
Right. You know, I mean, occasionally you can. I've got a few songs that are right down to the word exactly the way they happen, but you know, a lot of them you have to embellish them in certain places. Sure. If you want to make them rhyme.
Bill, I have a question for you, if I can ask. How did you take these songs to the artists, or did you have a publisher pitching them to the artists, or how did you get these songs to all of these different artists?
In various ways, Rhonda. Sometimes I was really pretty hesitant to play my songs for people. Nobody likes to be told that their kids are ugly. Yeah. You go in, you play a song, so I don't like that. You know. So what I would do, I would make demos. I had my band, and at that time my band was on salary, so we could go into the studio anytime we wanted to and cut demos and all. And I would wait till I had 5 or 6 songs together. Usually, go in and do a demo session. Jan sang on a lot of them with me.
I love to do that.
Various people.
And you sang them yourself?
I sang most of them myself. And that was the best thing I did, because I would sing them myself, and then my publisher would take them out and play them for people, and they'd listen. They said, I can sing it better than that. Give me that song. That's how I got so many of them good.
I'll ask you this question. Did you find that you've maybe felt sometimes that somebody would say, if that's such a great song, why didn't he cut it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I heard that a lot. And it probably at times kept me from getting songs recorded.
That has kept me from doing it. I've never pitched my songs to anybody else because I was always fearful of that response. If this is such a great song, why don't you cut it?
Yep, I got that.
I know Lynn Anderson is here today.
Hi.
Your sister. Hi, Lynn. Thanks for being here.
Oh, you bet.
My grandmother.
Hey, hey, hey. Look out now. Hey, we're getting in bad trouble here.
Sorry. we've kidded about that and
For
been
years.
kidded about it.
I've called him Grandpa, too, so he doesn't get away with it.
Well, what do you tell people when they ask you if we're...
I tell them we're kissing cousins, Bill.
Oh, okay. Works for me.
Yeah.
In some states, that's legal.
Oh, wait a minute. That is a little too country, isn't it? Fun.
Lynn, where did you and Bill first cross paths?
You know what? I came to Nashville in the 60s. My mother got a recording contract, and she was a great songwriter, still is, Liz Anderson, and I was singing her songs. Bill Anderson had lots of songs on the radio done by a lady named Connie Smith, and we competed a lot. It was the Blondes. It was Dolly Parton, Barbara Mandrell, me, Connie Smith way back then. And boy, I was jealous of those Bill Anderson songs. I always loved what Connie Smith, and it was the dueling steel guitar players. She had Weldon Myrick and I had Lloyd Green. And I caught Lloyd in the office on a Saturday one day practicing the turnaround to I'll Come Running to You, trying to get that Weldon Myrick lick in there. So anyway, it was a challenge to try to keep up with the Joneses, or the Andersons in this case.
Well, I was envious of all those great songs your mom wrote too, because boy, she wrote some great ones.
Yeah.
The only thing I can count on now is my fingers. Goodness gracious. What
From now on, all my friends are going to be strangers. Well, when I grew up, that's what we listened to in our house. We had songwriter albums. We had Bill Anderson's albums.
You're the one.
That's me. I bought one. Our mama bought one and would listen and study the way you wrote. You know, study just exactly how you crafted your songs because you were an expert. We had Willie Nelson's albums before Willie Nelson was a star. We'd have Roger Miller's albums, and we'd study that music and how it was crafted, how those words and music were put together to make a great country song. So, you've been a mentor, baby doll.
I didn't know that. Thank you.
Hey, Lynn, did Lloyd play on all your records?
Pretty much, yeah.
You know, it's I'm one that loves to stick up and root for the musicians, because I always felt like that it was like with your records, or with Weldon playing on Connie's, or John Huey playing on Conway Twitty's records. Those records were defined long before any of us ever opened our mouths and sang a note. Everybody knew what song that was by what the musicians would get us started and lift us up for a great place to start. And I
totally agree. I feel like actually Lloyd Green should have gotten credit for being producer on my records, those early chart records that I'm talking about, because it was he and the musicians in the studio that crafted that Nashville sound. It was all the pickers. You know, they got in there and woodshedded, and one of them would pick a little bit, and somebody'd say, "Yeah, that sounded good with this," and it was the musicians that would create those records.
Sonny Garish did an awful lot of that on my records,
There you
especially
go.
my up-tempo records, where he would play a lot of the little real fast picking stuff. He was so good at it.
Well, it was as a student of all of that. When I started making records and starting to have some success, I ran to John Huey, because I loved the way he played, and he's no longer with us. But to me, he gave my music a definition. He gave it a sound, not unlike Don Rich did with Buck, and and Ralph Mooney did with the records he played on, and all those different musicians.
Let me tell you an interesting comment that I heard a few years ago. A friend of mine was driving her kids somewhere and had the radio on, and the little boy at that time was about 12 years old. Little girl was about 8. The little girl was in the back seat, and they had music on the radio. And all of a sudden, mother realized she didn't really know what kind of music her kids liked, and so she turned the radio down. She said, turned to her son, she said, what kind of music do you like? He said, well, I kind of like all kinds of music. You know, I like rock and roll. I was kind of at that age, you know, and she said, the little girl in the back said, what kind of music do you like? She said, well, I like country music, but I don't understand, why do they all use the same band? Think about that a minute. There's some wisdom there, because where are the Don Riches? Where are the Lloyd Greens, the John Hueys, the Sonny Garishes, the people that made that? And I'm not taking anything away from the players today, because there's some wonderful players here, but I don't know that you get that distinct. I mean, you heard so many of those records from the intro. You knew who was going to be singing.
True. I think a lot of that does not necessarily lie in the fault of the musician, but more in the fault of the producer.
Yeah.
The fault of the record-making process of making it such that it has some definition, some calling card, if you will.
Got a great record producer sitting right there, Buddy Cannon.
Larry Butler's back there, and Buddy Cannon right here.
Produced great records.
I wanted to say something about Bill and from a producer's viewpoint. When we went in the studio to record, if you go in the studio with a good song, you're going to cut a good record. If you go in the studio with a great song, you're going to cut a great record. And so many times through the years, I would call Bill and I'd say, I really want a killer song for this artist. The first time this happened was with one of my favorite artists I've ever worked with, and that's Gene Shepard. We'd had top fives, we'd had top tens, we had,
top 100s.
Yeah, top 100. But
come in with a parachute.
So I left the label, went to another label, and I called Gene. I said, let's do it again. She said, all right, let's do it. And I called Bill. I said, Bill, this is one of the most important projects to me I've ever done. I want this lady to have a hit record. He said, let me think about it. 2 or 3 days later, he walked to my office and played me the demo of Slipping Away. And I said, there it is. There's the song.
That's not what you told me, Larry.
Well, it's his day, and I'm trying to make it sound But I'm going to say this, and I'm going to shut up. Why has Bill been around so long? Why has he done this incredible thing with his writing? Every 10 years, he's had a #1 record for 5 decades. Nobody's ever done that before. Nobody. No writer. And I tell you what I believe it is. The product, the things that all of us in this room do are not necessary. We're not selling cars or houses or shoes or food. It's a luxury item. For people to want it, it has to touch them. When they're in their car going to pick up their kid from school, they hear the low volume radio, they hear something that cheers them up. The next time they hear it, they're singing along with it. The next time they hear it, they know the song. Well, those are the kind of songs that man writes. The songs that touch people. And if you don't make your audience laugh or cry, you're not making music, you're making noise. And I am so proud of Bill. I'm proud to be his friend. And one of these days, I'll tell him a story about San Diego.
Wait a while on that one.
Oh, you got it. All right.
Thank you. That's very nice, Larry. Thank you.
Well, Larry, don't you agree that the real impetus behind a great record producer is to know a great song?
Oh, Vince, to me, that's what it's all about. I think, again, I was doing an interview one time with Associated Press, and they said, how important is the song? And I said what I did a while ago. If I go in with a good song, it'll be a good record. If I go in with a great song, it'll be a great record. And another thing, you were talking about the value of the musicians. I never have walked in the studio as a dictator.
Sure.
I walk in the studio with a song, and Jimmy Capps has played on most of the records I made. I'd play them the song and leave them alone. I'd go make a phone call or something and get something cold to drink or whatever. Stay away about, 30 minutes? I'd come back in the room, Jimmy say, how about this? Billy Sanford said, what about this? I've always believed that producing a record is not a dictator. I think it's a melting pot of emotions from everybody in the room.
There you go.
I remember some of the best advice I got when I first started wanting to produce some records was I talked to Fred Foster, and he gave me 2 pieces of advice. He said, great songs will play themselves. He said, the other thing is, he said, understand your job. He said, when you look at great art, you don't notice the frame. He said, just go in there and frame the picture. And that's...
Well, he's one of the best.
Yep.
It's awesome.
He was a great songman.
Really.
Vince, I've always said that one of the biggest rules a producer needs to learn is when not to.
Yeah, amen. I always think they should call them reducers instead of producers.
That's good.
It's all about editing. Gene,
Well, I wanted to say something about Bill as a writer, too, that I've noticed. No wonder he knows how to write lyrics that touch people, because Bill Anderson listens. Has anyone else ever noticed when you're talking to Bill Anderson, he is listening to what you say and how you say it, and he'll ask you, well, do you think or did you feel like he's picking your brain and your heart at the same time, but he listens to you when you talk to him, I think, as much as anybody I've ever been around. And then I think that's how he knows what's going to hit you. He has written, I think, some of the most hard-driving lines to me. I used to always think my favorite all-time line was, there's so much more between us than this table. I mean, what else?
Yeah.
How else can you say that any better and let somebody know what you mean to them?
that's why he does such a great job moderating these family reunions that we've had for all these years, and it's the logical choice, you know.
That's
Cheryl?
the one thing I've noticed about Bill from years ago when we first met him and started being at the Opry, and he was the host of Opry Backstage. He did his homework. A lot of times you could go on a show and you could be asked to talk about the same things. Never with Bill. Never with Bill. You've always come prepared to find out what's the new thing, what's going on, or pick your brain or your heart. He's not afraid to do that. And we've had some of our most touching moments with questions he's asked us. It's made us have to think and dig in there.
What a nice thing for you to say. Thank you.
Well, I remember the first time I met you, and I was scared to death because it had gotten out that I did an impersonation of him.
Oh, really?
Well, I'm Whispering Gill. But no, I had it on my codophone for a long time, and you'd call me up and, hello, it's Whispering Bill Anderson. And he found out about it, and I just started to turn up at the Opry, and I hadn't met Bill yet. And he's at one end of the hall, and I just came in, and I said, oh, crap, here he comes. And he's walking towards me, and he's got some step going, and he's walking right towards me. And I'm going, oh, I don't have a hallway where I can cut out of here, And he walks up to me right away, and he goes, all right, Gill. He says, do me. So the pressure was on, and I said, all right, I'm Whispering Bill Anderson, and I wrote City Lights. That should be enough. And we've been fast friends ever since.
People ask me about that because half the people in this room do impersonations of me. I take it as a great compliment.
As you should.
I really do it. In the very beginning, when they first started calling me Whispering Bill and everything, I thought, well, they're making fun of me. It kind of hurt my feelings a little bit. But I came to realize later on that Ferlin Husky told me something that really changed my mind. He said, number one, he said, because he was one of the first people to impersonate me on stage. And he said, I can tell it bothers you. He said, let me just tell you something. He said, number one, if you weren't different, there wouldn't be anything to imitate. And then he said, if I didn't like you, I wouldn't give you the publicity. So it kind of changed my feeling about that. And Bill Anderson is such a common name that the little Whispering Bill thing has kind of served me well. I didn't have to change my name to Conway Twitty or anything. I just kept it where it was.
I had someone tell me once that that was the reason. It's interesting that I would find that it would fire you up just a little bit and hurt your feelings and all that, because I always felt like somebody told me that, a doctor. He said that's the reason you've done well. It's because you've got that fire in you, and things like that get to you and things like that. So.
It's been a long time since it bothered me.
Well, good. Let's get back to Lynn Anderson. Get Lynn. Oh, I'm sorry, Lynn. George had something to say. Pardon me.
Yeah, I was just thinking, whispering is not the only thing that Bill's especially known for. You mentioned and songwriting, but you mentioned going to England. Bill and I were together in England on the International Festival of Country Music. And we were flying home on a plane, and Tom Paul Glaser was sitting behind us. I could see he knows what's coming. And we get back to Nashville, and I guess you saw the same paper. I picked up the Tennessean the next morning, and somebody had interviewed Tom Paul Glaser and said, well, you went over to England to the International Festival of Country Music with all the Opry people. And Tom said, yeah. I said, it was great. They said, well, what was it like, really? He said, well, it was great except the trip home. And the newspaper writer said, well, what was wrong with that? He said, I was sitting behind Bill Anderson and George Hamilton IV, 8 hours on the plane listening to these two guys trying to out-sincere each other. That's true. I remember that.
I love that.
Lynn, what are you going to sing?
I'm going to sing a Connie Smith song. I am. I finally get to do this. I did have a hit record with one of Bill's songs called "I'm All Right, I'm All Right." But they asked me to do this, and it's about time I got a chance to sing this song. So I said, yeah, sure. Let me see if I can do it justice. It's called "Then and Only Then."
Hey, Mike, play it just like Weldon.
No, do Lloyd Green. Do it well.
No pressure.
Do Mike. There you go. Yeah. Good steel guitar. In your haste, you left and said you'd be returning. In my sorrow, I forgot to ask you when. In my lonely room, I sit and count the hours. Every minute, thinking I look up and you come walking in. For then and only then will I stop crying, and this aching, breaking heart of mine will mend. Not until I feel your arms around me will I stop crying, and I live for then and only then. Play it. All that's left inside my heart is just an echo and a tiny thread of hope to which I cling. What I know, oh no, maybe someday, if I keep holding on, maybe someday you'll remember where you left me. Come back for me again. For then and only then will I stop crying, and this aching, breaking heart of mine will mend. Not until I feel your arms words. That's all you can do in a spot like that.
And you're the pro. You did it.
Well, I had to grab my glasses here, but they're styling in leopard. So, did I say your words right eventually?
I don't know. I forgot them.
So did I. So we're even.
Thank you.
Hey,
Good job,
Ben,
man.
I have a good news, bad news story about that. I was living in California and writing songs, and I had written a song called Senses. And I got the good news that Connie Smith had recorded my song, and the good news that it was going to be released. And then the bad news was it was on the backside of Then and Only Then. But I was still happy.
Cried all the way to the
B-side
back
ride
there.
was a
There
pretty
you
good deal
go.
every now and then.
Yeah. We used to say back in those days, and I've done it many times, if you can't get the side, get the ride. I wrote the backside of a lot of, I had the backside of Pick Me Up on Your Way Down by Charlie Walker and, things like that. There's nothing wrong with that.
No kidding. I
Thanks
think,
for the
wasn't
lift.
it Johnny Russell's Act Naturally was the B-side to Yesterday? Is that right? Yeah. Act Naturally that Johnny Russell wrote was
Right.
the B-side to Yesterday, or maybe one of the biggest selling singles in history.
something.
I'm not sure it was Yesterday, but
Yeah, he used to say if it wasn't for 3 ex-wives and the IRS, he'd be a rich little fat boy. I love him. I miss him.
Miss old Johnny, last time we got together to do one of these, I think they said that 27 or 29 people that came to the very first one were no longer with us.
30 of them now.
30, yeah.
Too many.
Well, you got to know them all, pal.
Well, when we first started doing these reunion shows, it was, our idea was entertainment, to present entertainment and to have a good time together. And then as time has gone by, we realized that, we've created history in these rooms. And it's been, every one of us, Jimmy Fortune came up to me a while ago, he said, the biggest thing that's happened in my career since I went solo after the Statler Brothers, he said, is being a part of these family reunions. And it really is, it's just wonderful. I'm overwhelmed with it.
I think, unfortunately, a lot of people lose sight of the fact that there's so many people that still love all the people in this room, all these songs, all these singers. And just because they're not on top 40 radio anymore doesn't mean those people have gone away and don't want to hear these great songs. So once again, it's great to be here and celebrate so many years of so many great songs.
Thank you.
When you started writing, was there as much co-writing going on as there is today?
No. Co-writing was, you were very restricted in those days for a couple of reasons. When you co-write with somebody who's under contract to write for a different publishing company than you are, or you were in those days, you could not co-write because the publishers would not agree to split the copyrights. We're just getting kind of technical in the industry, but if you wrote for one company and I wrote for another, in those days we could not have written together, and forbid that you wrote for ASCAP and I wrote for BMI. They would not split those.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere along in the late 70s, early 80s, I think it was around the time of the Great Outlaws album that Willie and Waylon and Tom Paul and somewhere right in that era. I think, and Bobby Bear may know more about this than me, didn't they just kind of say, okay, we made the music, you guys fight over it, and a lot of those walls came down?
Yeah, when they, Willie would get a bunch of people together, him and Waylon and Chris and Cash and all of them. And I asked Willie once, I said, how do you work this out? He said, we just go in and record and let them work it out.
Well, that's what eventually tore down the walls, and that's when the co-writing really became in vogue. Now, I wrote with Roger Miller because we wrote for the same company. I wrote with Buddy Killen, I wrote with Jerry Crutchfield, I wrote with people that I could write with there at that company. But how sad it is to look back now and think, gosh, I could have written with Hank Cochran, I could have written with Harlan Howard if we'd have all, kind of been under the same umbrella. But in those days, you couldn't do that.
Did country music have a history of guys saying, I'll record your song if I can get a piece?
Rephrase the question.
Yeah, it did, and I've got a real good story about that. Webb Pierce and Mel Tillis have some good stories about that. Farron Young came to me early in my career, and he had 2 songs of mine that he had been played, and he said, I want to record both of them, but he said, I can't record both of them unless I get half of one of them as the writer. And I was riding with him in his car up to Springfield, Missouri to do the Ozark Jubilee television show, and he had me right there. I couldn't get out. We're going 70 miles an hour down the road. He said, okay, which song are you going to give me half of?
Did he pick the wrong one?
Well, thank goodness, yeah. The two songs, the up-tempo song was called Riverboat, which was a #1 record. The other side that he and I wrote together was called Face to the Wall. They both actually made the top 10. But yeah, there was a certain amount of that went on. And at that point in time, I would have given Farron Young, probably given him half of both of them just to get them recorded.
Well, my favorite story of a songwriter giving something away was Willie. Giving away, what did he give away?
Family Bible.
Yeah, a couple songs, $500, $50, was it?
50.
Sold them for $50.
Nightlife.
And
Nightlife also.
his response to that was the greatest thing I ever heard. Somebody said, does it bother you that you sold those songs for $50? And he goes, I needed the $50.
Wow.
You know, and just what a gracious way to respond to something instead of being bitter and being, hold a grudge or whatever.
Another great story about him was he offered to sell Hello Waltz to Farron Young for $500 after it was already starting to make its way up the charts. And Farron would not he said, I'll give you the $500, but I'm not going to buy your song. And, of course, Willie ended up making, thousands of dollars about it. And the story is he walked in Tootsie's one night and kissed Farron on the lips and said, thank you.
Well, Don Wayne is here with us today, and I know that you guys have a history together of some different songs.
I want to hear, because it's been years since Don and I have discussed this between the two of us, and I've told the story the way I remember it. I don't know if you remember. I'm interested to know if you remember the story the same way that I do about a song called Saginaw, Michigan.
I think I do. I was a tool and die maker. I earned my living as a tool and die maker in the early 60s, and one of the tools that I did my work with was a Lufkin micrometer, a micrometer that was made by the Lufkin Tool Company in Saginaw, Michigan. And I was desperately wanting to become a professional songwriter, so I think that I was greatly inspired by that little micrometer to write Saginaw, Michigan. And I wrote the song, and I took it along with some other songs to Buddy Killen at Tree Publishing. And I think that was the one out of maybe 4 or 5 songs that he really liked. And a few days later, he called my wife to call the shop where I was at working and see if I could come down to a studio downtown. Was it at the Cumberland Lodge building? Was that?
Yeah, I think
Sam Phillips
was,
studio? Yeah. And so my wife got the message to me, and I think I went strolling in there about 3 o'clock in my grease-stained khaki pants that I wore in the shop, and Roger Miller was coming out from. Did he cut Chug-a-Lug on that session or not, or was that the later session?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. But anyway, Bill and his band were cutting some demos, your songs for Tree. I don't know how that came about, but anyway, Buddy Killen wanted me to do Saginaw, Michigan. So we recorded Saginaw, Michigan with I think Weldon Myrick was on the session and some other good musicians. And when the session was all finished, Bill talked about how much he loved the rhyming scheme and really liked the song, but he said it just doesn't say enough. There's just not enough of a story. So, and I think that that you were interested in maybe recording it, if I could come up with something good, you know. So I said, let me do some rewrite on it and see what I can do. And I got up the next day and went to the shop, and all I thought about was getting a song recorded by Bill Anderson, finishing up Saginaw, Michigan. And that went on for about 2 weeks. And I must have scrapped $200 or $300 worth of tools still at everything I done, because you can't think about two things at once. And my mind was just really, really obsessing with Saginaw, Michigan. But I couldn't come up with anything. But all at once one day, I came up with the idea to do the sting, to have the young kid write back home and tell his love that he had struck the biggest strike in Saginaw in Alaska, to go up in Alaska, and that he had made the biggest strike.
Biggest strike in
Klondike history, yeah. And then I wanted the boy to go back home and sell the old man the claim that wasn't there. And I had the third verse completed, and then the fourth verse, I had the first line, I think, was, her dad met the bus, or met the train in Saginaw, Michigan. And I couldn't come up with anything else. I had the last line to the fourth verse, will you sell your father-in-law your Klondike claim? I know that's a strange way to write songs, but when you've got the story in your mind, you can write the last line first if you want to. And so a few days later, Buddy Killen calls and says, but the deadline is just about here. Bill's getting ready to cut. And I said, well, I'll bring you what I've got tomorrow. I'll write it out. And you get Bill to see if he wants to or can finish it up. And Bill did. He wrote some brilliant lines in the songs.
Thank you. Well, you know, the name Saginaw, Michigan appealed to me too, as it did to you, but for a different reason. When we lived in Columbia, South Carolina during World War II, we lived in a duplex apartment, and the people that lived upstairs was a soldier and his wife. He was stationed at Fort Jackson, South Carolina, outside of Columbia, and they were from Saginaw, Michigan.
Uh-huh.
So I had grown up knowing the name Saginaw, Michigan, the way you saw it on the toolbox, and it was ingrained in me because I knew these people who were actually from there. So when I saw the title to start with, it intrigued me, and then your story was so good. I don't know, you may not remember this.
That was such a melodic phrase, Saginaw, Michigan.
It really
almost
sings
sang
good.
itself.
What you may not remember, because you said you think that I recorded it, I took it to the studio to record it. I was going to record it. I loved it. But I had another song about a city that we got to first. I recorded a song that Connie later cut called Cincinnati, Ohio.
Cincinnati, Ohio.
And Saginaw was going to be the third song on the session, and we didn't get to it. And I told Buddy and Owen and everybody. I said,
did Owen like the song?
Owen loved it, yeah. And he said, well, we'll hold it for the next session. And then before I could get back in to do it, Lefty had recorded.
Who pitched Saginaw, Michigan to Lefty for
Buddy Killen. And I wanted to kill him for years.
You know, I never could hear that matchup.
Buddy Killen was the one that did
it. And even when I heard the record, I heard the Spanish guitar that Grady Martin was playing in the recording. And I said, oh my God, they've cut a south of the border version of a north of the border song. That'll never work. You know?
I never thought of that.
But I listened to the song about the record about 2 or 3 times, and by then I knew that it just had to be a hit.
Well, it was the last number
It's
one
still a
record
hit.
that Lefty ever had, and it still gets played a lot. And I thank you for letting me participate in that.
Well, I want
be a small
to
part
thank
of it.
you, and I want to say this. earnestly say this. You know, without your input, without your wisdom in seeing the song for what a better song, that song would probably still be gathering dust at the publishing house.
Thank you.
You know, along with millions of others. And also, had that record not been a hit, I would have not been able to probably not become a staff writer for Tree Publishing. And I'm sure if I had not become a staff writer for Tree Publishing, there would have never been a country bumpkin that come out of my heart and became a Song of the Year, and later led to my induction into the Hall of Fame. So I thank you sincerely, and I compliment you on your great achievements. Like Larry Butler said, it's an absolutely miraculous feat to have 3 number ones in a decade, plus all of the other work that you've done.
Thank you. Well, we'll always be joined at the hip by Saginaw, Michigan, and I thank you for that.
Don, would you sing a little bit of Saginaw?
Could I sing it right here?
You can sing it wherever you want, pal.
It'd be fun if the audience would do those echoes, wouldn't it, Bill? if they wanted to.
You know, I recorded this
I know
song.
you did. Yeah.
I did.
Did you record it before Lefty?
You were bothered with the present tense that we were singing in, weren't you? You made some changes in it.
I may have. That's goofy. But I can tell, I don't think I ever told you, Don, about my experience with Saginaw, Michigan. We were doing a show in Saginaw and Lefty was to receive the key to the city. The mayor was supposed to come down.
Was Bill there too?
No, Bill wasn't
but
there.
I've heard the story.
I think I've told Bill this story, but not you. And it was an afternoon show and an evening show. Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. And it was me and Lefty and Hank Snow and somebody when we was doing package shows. Well, it was afternoon show, and Lefty had been drunk on Saturday night. And he had one of them nervous hangovers that you get.
He hadn't learned the song by then, I suppose.
Oh, yeah. It was a big hit. And there was some guy hanging around backstage that looked like he did not belong. He had a suit on, and he's standing off by himself, and everybody was fish-eyeing him. And it turns out that he wasn't the mayor. He was the mayor's gopher. And the mayor decided he wasn't coming because we had a terrible crowd. There wasn't any people there. And Lefty, he was very nervous. And he walked out, did his whole show. And right in the middle of his show, when he started to end his show with Saginaw, Michigan, here come this spooky guy walking on stage. And instead of the key to the city, he had one of those gavels with the seal on it. And it looked just like a ball-peen hammer. And Lefty saw him coming out of the corner of his eye. Just some spooky guy with a ball-peen hammer. And Lefty turned around and got an arm lock on him. And threw him off stage out into the audience.
That's great.
So in between shows, Lefty was over. He was all excited. We were across the street in a bar, and Lefty was knocking him down again. And he was telling us how excited he was. Says that guy, he just got up and walked out and left. But the key to Saginaw, Michigan.
Didn't he take a while to learn Saginaw?
Yeah, we were on a show in St. Louis together, and Saginaw was the #1 record in the country and was hotter than a firecracker in St. Louis. And Lefty went out and did all of his great hits from the 50s and everything, and he didn't sing Saginaw, and he walks off the stage. And the people are going, Saginaw, Saginaw, Saginaw. So Lefty looked at me and says, I don't know it. I said, well, go back out there. So he went back out there. I went around behind the curtain. I came through and I kind of crawled up behind him. He had on that persimmon-colored nudie suit that he had, and I'm down on the floor behind him. I said, I was born in Saginaw, in Saginaw. And I told him the whole words to that song when it was #1 in the country because he didn't know it.
Well, Donna, if you'd sing it for us, I promise nobody will come after you with a ball peen haircut.
I can't do it as good as Lefty did, but if Jimmy will kick it off, I'll try it. Anyway. I was born in Saginaw, Michigan. I grew up in a little bitty house in Saginaw Bay. My daddy was a poor, hard-working Saginaw fisherman. Too many times he came home with too little pay. I loved a girl in Saginaw, Michigan. The daughter of a wealthy man. But he called me son of a Saginaw fisherman, not good enough to claim his daughter's hand. Here in Alaska, looking around for gold. Like a crazy fool, I'm digging in this frozen ground so cold. But with each new day, I pray I'll strike it rich, and then I'll go back home and claim my love in Saginaw, Michigan. I wrote my love in Saginaw, Michigan. Said, honey, I'm coming home, please wait for me. And you can tell your old dad I'm coming back a richer man. I've hit the biggest strike in Klondike history. Her dad met me in Saginaw, Michigan. Lord, he gave me a great big party with champagne. Then he said, son, you're a wise, young, ambitious man. Will you sell your father-in-law your Klondike claim? Now he's up there in Alaska, digging in the cold, cold ground. The greedy fool is looking for the gold I never found. Well, it serves him right, and no one here is missing him. Least of all the newlyweds of Saginaw, Michigan. He's ashamed to show his face in Saginaw, Michigan. Well, I apologize for butchering it up that bad, but we got through it anyway. Thank y'all a bunch. Great band to work with. Thank you, Jim.
You're invited to the party, celebrating 50 years of unprecedented success in the country music industry. Bill Anderson has written more songs and had more songs recorded than any other country music writer in history, and that's something to celebrate. So we invited all of his friends, cooked us up a big old cake, and tried to do this celebration right. Hosted by Vince Gill, this collection features many of Bill's biggest hits, so we're glad you chose to attend this bash. For one of country music's true legends, welcome to Bill Anderson's 50th anniversary celebration.
We just had Don sing a great Saginaw, Michigan song, and we were talking a little bit about Lefty Frizzell, and I got to talking to Jean Shepard over there, and she's got a pretty good history with old Lefty. And I think
You
she had
want
a
me to tell
story
it now?
Yeah. You wanted
Lefty
to-
and his manager had been playing several dates around the country, and every night Lefty was drunk and they didn't get paid. So about the fourth or fifth night, his manager told him, said, Lefty, you've got to stay sober tonight because we need to get paid. Well, they was working his manager's hometown, so he went down and got his mother to come in and babysit Lefty. She said never had a drink in her life. Set him in back in this little, you know what's coming, don't you? Set him back in this little room where the Coca-Cola's set and everything. Said he went back there to tell Lefty it's time to go and said Lefty and his mother both was drunk.
Is that the guy who was listed on all of Lefty's hits as co-writer?
No.
That's not the same one?
We all know this guy real well.
I worked with Lefty in North Texas through Wichita Falls area. I did get paid. But he was still drunk.
It
I got paid. I always got my money.
He was raising a family. He made sure he got paid.
I had to get
Mo Bandy, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, we were speaking of Lefty. You know, I years ago got a call one night in the middle of the night, and it was Lefty and Whitey Schaefer, and they wrote a song called "Bandy the Rodeo Clown" for me.
Wow.
So, and Lefty, the last time I talked to Lefty on the phone, he said, "My boy, you're going to be a star."
Gene, did you used to work the road a bunch with Lefty?
Yeah,
Did you work the road?
we was in with Ernest Tubb when they had the bad bus wreck over in North Carolina, and Lefty was, well, he had been nipping a little bit.
And driving?
No, not driving. We was in Ernest Tubb's bus, and Hank Jr. and Ernest was in the back playing poker, and Lefty was sitting up there trying to sleep. But we hit this guy, and I'm sorry to say, killed a young man. He come down a exit
The wrong way?
and turned into us.
Wow.
But Lefty jumped up and he says, "Christ, what happened?" He didn't know we'd hit a guy. He was just completely oblivious to it. But I loved him. I love Lefty Frizzell.
When slipping around,
That's not the title.
I know. This is called a segue.
I know one called Slipping Around.
No, what I was going to ask is I heard Bill talk earlier about you guys doing Dear John.
Yeah.
And was that before? You did it with...
After. Everything
Furlan.
was after Furlan Husky.
Everything was after Furlan?
Yeah.
And
I thought you meant, since we always have to slip around. I know that one too.
Oh, okay.
Let me tell you about the first time I met Whispering Bill.
Please do. Save my butt.
It was... Well, I think I saved his this night. It was in Georgia. He was a disc jockey. And me and Ernest Tubb, Hawkshaw, and I think the Wilburn brothers played down there. And he came up and said, "I'd like to do an interview with you." He says, "I've never done an interview before." I said, "Oh, it's okay. No problem." He talked for 40 minutes. On and on and on. I thought, golly, when's he going to quit talking? Finally, I looked at him and I said, "Bill, I better let you go so you can interview some other artists." He said, "I don't know what you've done if you hadn't have got me out of that." First time.
You were very kind. I remember that. I was so thrilled to be talking to you. And I was just, so new at it. That golly, I'm talking to Gene Shepard, so I didn't know when to quit. So I just kept asking questions. But you were that was the nicest I've ever been cut off in my life.
It was
and I've been cut off a few times.
Would you sing a little bit of that great Bill Anderson song?
Yes.
Pretty please?
They wanted to put this thing down in my pocket, and I said, "There ain't enough room down in my pocket with these tight britches on."
All
They
my
look
Brit-
cute, Gene.
Yeah, I like that.
Woo-hoo.
I'm losing weight. I think I found it all.
I found it.
I'm going to get over here by Jimmy Capps, and I'm going to make sure that he knows this song. Second time around, Jim, your last chance. Okay.
light. Saturday's party is Sunday's fight. Something's wrong with you and I. Love gone wrong that used to be right, and I can feel it slipping away. Slowly, slowly slipping away. It'll be gone in a few more days if we don't stop this love of ours from slipping away. Wednesday's kisses or Thursday's frowns. We can't live 2 days in a row when our world's not upside down. Here we stand, watching it go, and I can feel it slipping away. Slowly, slowly slipping away. It'll be gone in a few more days if we don't stop this love of ours from slipping away. Yeah. Roses are red, violets are blue. Sugar is sweet some of the time. This puzzle's missing a piece or two. We've got the grapes, but never the wine, and I can feel it slipping away. Slowly, slowly slipping away. It'll be gone in a few more days if we don't stop this love of ours from slipping away. Clap your hands. I can feel it slipping away. Slowly, slowly slipping away. It'll be gone in a few more days if we don't stop this love of ours from slipping away. If we don't stop this love of ours from slipping away. God bless you.
Hey, Gene Shepard,
I look for it. What?
can I ask you a question?
Yes.
The purpose of your hand?
To give funny signals with.
Well, I understand. I got a funny one. I knew what a 1 chord was, but I was curious. Is it?
I'm thumbing helicopters.
No. Is it from being? Is it nervous or is it tempo?
No, it's
neither.
It's tempo.
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 Yeah,
She's
that was
always
slow,
done it.
guys.
Always. Always.
Larry knows.
Yeah. She's always done that.
I've always done it.
Yeah.
Signature.
Hey, I would like to add that Gene is going to be inducted into the Oklahoma Music Hall of Fame.
You have pushed for this and pushed for this, and I appreciate it.
Well, you bet. You deserve it.
Ain't nothing like an Okie, is there?
We got to stick together. Cap's good job on the intro there. You made.
Thanks, Caps. You got it right that time.
You know, Con Hunley's with us today. Con's one of the best singers ever. You know, and great singer, and he's agreed to come and sing one of your biggest hits. Still, I think is probably one of the best of the best that you've ever penned.
Thank you. Well, if people don't know any other Bill Anderson song or record, that's usually the one that they do know. I appreciate Con Hunley so much, and not only is he's a great singer, but what a neat guy. He wanted to do Still, but he wanted to do it different.
Sure.
And he was afraid that he might hurt my feelings, which was totally wrong. You know, an artist should be a true. You know, it's like anybody can trace a picture, but it takes an artist to really paint one. And he had a vision for this song that was not the same as my vision, which it shouldn't have been. It was his vision. And he cut one of the best records on this song. I'm so, but I appreciate the fact that you came to me. He came over to my house one morning, and it was a way to get a free breakfast, wasn't it?
Well, that was one reason.
And we talked about the song. It was so cool the way you did it. Thank you.
Well, at the time, you and I, first and foremost, let me say that I'm humbled and privileged to be in the presence of such country music history. It's great to be here with you guys, and especially to be here for you, Bill. But at the time, we shared the same publicist, Betty Hofer, and I'd gotten acquainted with Bill many years earlier. And anyway, I'd been down recording in Nashville and in the studio with Nora and a bunch of the guys, and I was driving home, and I'd listen to my stuff about all I could take, and then I started listening to the radio, and when I got up on top of the plateau up there around Crossville, I'd cut everything off, and I was just enjoying the wind, and whistling in the windows, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I started singing Still, and it wasn't quite like Bill's version, but I sung it all the way home, and kind of worked up my own arrangement of it. I got home and sat down at the piano, and worked up an arrangement, and then I called Betty, and I said, this song's all over me. I've got to cut it, and so I said, I really, it's such an iconic song. I would love to have Bill's permission to do my version of it. I don't want to do anything. Little did I know at the time that James Brown had cut it. But anyway, I said I'd kind of like to run it by him and see if he's okay with it. And so I came back to Nashville after a few days, and we went out to his house, and he said, I talked to him on the phone, and he said, well, let me hear what you've done to my song. So anyway, I sat down at the piano, and I played a little of it, and I didn't even get halfway finished with it. He said, I'll drive you to the studio right now. He said, go ahead and cut it. You've got my permission. So it's such an iconic song, and it means a lot to me. And so here you go.
Though you broke my heart, still, though we're far apart, girl, I love you, I love you still. After all this time, still, you're still on my mind. Oh, I love still. I've lost count. I've lost track of the days. I've lost almost everything since you went away. And I don't know who you're with. I don't know where you've gone. I just hope someday that you will hear this song. After all this time, still, you're still on my mind. Oh, I love still.
terrible flame. Every day it burns hotter. It burns right through the pain. And my friends all say I'm crazy. And girl, I just might be. But I'll carry this old torch till you come back to me. Steve, though you broke my heart, Steve, though we're far apart, oh, I love you, Steve. Girl, don't you know that I love you, Steve. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Kind of rewrote a little bit of it, but it's okay, Bill. Thank y'all so much.
That's the way I meant to write it.
Oh, but you know, Bill, that's what's wonderful about your
And
song.
you sang it pretty darn well.
The
too.
interpretation
I
can go
appreciate that a lot.
in any direction, really. Just like this R&B, blues, you know, and you've got other ones, The Corner of My Life. Remember that song? That it could be done pop. That's what I love about your writing.
Yeah, you can do a great song any way you want.
Yeah.
Any way you want.
Yeah.
You know? They'll stand up no matter what
That's
kind
right.
of time frame you want to put it in. And, you know, hearing a great traditional country song, you know, that was its intention and its birth and all that. But hearing it in a soulful way is a different way. It took Ray Charles to teach us how much soul was in
You're
country
right.
music.
Yeah.
You know, he took so many great songs and made these great records with soulful arrangements. And unlike anybody would have ever expected to hear a Don Gibson song or a Hank Williams song or any of that thing. And that's what it takes. That's what creativity is all about interpretation and different ways to do it. And that's once again testament to great songs.
Somebody needs to check his DNA.
Not going to say much to that.
Yeah.
That's what Charlie Brown told me one day. He said, "You sound like one of the other boys." But no, it is a great song, and I just appreciate the opportunity to go in and talk to Bill about it and everything, and be able to kind of put my feelings and touch on the song. It's a fabulous song, and I love you, Bill. Thank you so much.
Love you, Con. Thank you, man. Great job.
The other thing about someone taking a song like that and making it so different is what Ray did was the same thing. He brought a whole new audience to country music that did not exist. All of a sudden people go, hey, these are country songs? These are great, you know, and I think that anytime anybody from outside our world enters in to do something, you know, it's pretty remarkable what can happen. I remember Elvis Costello came out to play the Opry one time, and he's a really good pal of mine, and somebody was grousing a little bit about him being on our stage and this and that, and I said, I'm going to tell you something. I said, he knows more about our music than I'll bet you do.
That's probably true.
And
Yes. He cut a great record. You remember the old song that Charlie and Ira did of mine called Must You Throw Dirt in My Face? The last person in the world that you'd ever think of singing that song would be Elvis Costello.
Exactly
But
right.
he recorded it, and he made it his own. And I was thrilled with that. Really
And I
proud.
think anybody outside of our genre that looks in, what they're looking for is the most honest and the most authentic thing that we can produce. I think oftentimes we have run from what we are. We always we want to be this, we want to be that. I go, why don't you want to be what this is, man? Because what this is as good as it gets.
Vince, you can flip that coin too. Think of all the songs that Chuck Berry wrote that have been recorded by country artists.
Amen. You know, once again, the testament to a great song. You know, you can do it any way you want.
Well, I still think "Still" is one of the greatest songs I've ever heard.
No question.
I mean, I can hear it. I can hear it on the radio right now, and it just reminds me all over again what a great record that is.
Owen Bradley, I'll give him so much credit for that record because he worked so hard to get that little sound of the Anita Kerr singers who did the "Still." You know, I'm talking about my record, the original record, and he worked so hard to do that, and he put a couple of those little passing chords and things in there that just really went so far towards making that what it was. I've always thought the song was just pretty vanilla, you know, but
It still tears my heart out. The recitation, when that record was out, I was in the recitations myself. I had out a record way back in 62, 3, somewhere, called "Shame on Me for Hurting," and it had a long recitation in it. And when I finally got around to where I met Bill, I said, "Bill," I said, "you know, you and I are the only two people I've ever met who talked their way into the top 5 pop charts and sang her way out."
I believe George Hamilton had a comment.
First time I met Chuck Berry, 1959, I was going to Australia to do a tour with Chuck Berry and Bobby Darin. And it was before the jets. It was a propeller thing. And I was sitting back in the coach, and I heard the Louvin brothers coming from first class. Kind of ironic. I was in the back of the bus, and he was in the front of it, you know. And I heard the Louvin brothers coming, and so I asked the stewardess, I said, "I'm hearing country music coming from first class." And she said, "Yeah, Chuck Berry's up there." And I said, "Can I go up there for a minute and speak to him?" And he was stretched out. He had the seat leaning back like that, Charlie, and had the seat in front of him forward. And he had a little battery-operated record player, and he was playing the Tragic Songs of Life album by the Louvin brothers. And I said, "Mr. Berry?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "My name is George Hamilton IV." He said, "Oh, yeah, you're going to Australia with me." I said, "Yes, sir." I said, "Could I ask you a question?" He said, "Sure." I said, "I'm surprised to hear Chuck Berry listening to country music." He said, "Why is that?" I said, "Well, I just never pictured you being a Louvin brothers fan." He said, "Did you ever listen to Johnny B. Good?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "That's a country song."
It's true.
Wow. Chuck Berry asked me on 2 different occasions if I could get him on the Grand Ole Opry.
Yeah.
I never could, but
I got his autograph one time when I was living in Los Angeles, and we were at the same agency, and I was excited. I was a young guitar player, and I love Chuck Berry and love all his songs. And I got the only thing I had to sign was my parking receipt ticket. So I had Chuck Berry's autograph. Man, I was fired up. And I was only in the office for about an hour, so my parking bill was going to be about 75 cents or $1 or whatever. So I went to pay the man, and he says, and I said, "Can I keep the ticket? Because I got Chuck Berry's autograph." And he goes, "It'll cost you $36. He says, "Because that's the maximum. I can't let you have the receipt." I said, "But man, I got Chuck Berry's autograph." And he goes, "It's going to cost you $36. And I said, "Well, you just bought a Chuck Berry autograph." I didn't have $36. But that's, once again, we talk about great songs. And in the room, Larry Butler, great record producer. Also, Buddy Cannon is here. Another, when people talk about Buddy Cannon, he's produced a lot of records over the years, and most notably recently, all the Kenny Chesney stuff. And when Buddy's name comes up, everybody to a man says, he's a great song guy.
Yep.
Buddy is a great song guy. And we're so thrilled to have you with us, Buddy, and thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks.
Everybody's been talking about all these great Bill Anderson songs. There is another song though that
Bill Anderson
Yeah, you do.
A few years ago, when Bill and I were first getting to know each other, he invited me down. He was playing a gig down in around Orlando somewhere, and he invited me to come down and take in some spring training baseball games, which I had never been to a spring training game, so I jumped at the chance. And in 2 days, I think we might have seen 5 games. So we were going to morning game, then driving somewhere else to an afternoon game. And I don't remember which day it was, but we were in between games. I was driving, and we were just shooting the breeze, you know, talking about great songs that we loved and all that. And, you know, I happened to think of another song. I said, you know what, that's something I never could understand. I said, I remember a song that Roy Drusky had one time, and I said, what in the world would ever make anybody write a song called Peel Me a Nanner? And he said, I wrote that one. And then he started laughing, so I knew I hadn't made him mad. So.
You really didn't know I had written it?
No, I had no idea. But
I think you went on and said it was probably the worst song you'd ever heard.
I might have said that.
And you're right.
But I have since heard one worse, so it's no longer that. No, it's not. It's just a sign that it's a hit because I remembered it, you know, and it had been, what, 25, 30
Early
years.
60s,
yeah. But I would like to torture you with my version of that song if I could.
Awesome. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Actually, I'm the only guy with guts enough to sing it, I think.
You might be the only one that knows it.
Yeah, the only one that remembers
Do
it.
you?
All right.
Get the harmony.
There I was in all my innocence, loving you with all of my might. Come to find out I didn't have any sense. You had a different darling every night. Peel me a nanner, toss me a peanut, I'll come swinging from a coconut tree. Peel me a nanner, toss me a peanut, you sure made a monkey out of me. I gave you kisses, I gave you loving, tried to please your every whim. It all added up to a big bad nothing. Last night you up and ran away with him. Peel me a nanner, toss me a peanut, I'll come swinging from a coconut tree. Peel me a nanner, toss me a peanut, you sure made a monkey out of me. Peel me a nanner, toss me a peanut, I'll come swinging from a coconut tree. Peel me a nanner, toss me a peanut, you sure made a monkey out of me.
Hey, Vince, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Bill could tell you just about a little bit about every song that he's written, where it come from, and how I managed to find out where that one came from.
You know something? This will probably really strike you funny. It took me longer to write that song, I think, than any song I ever wrote. I had the chorus for about 3 years. I ran around with that, peel me a nanner and toss me a peel. I had that in my head for 3 years, and I could not figure out how to put a verse with it. I mean, the chorus was so ridiculous, and the verse, you had to write something that was a little bit off the wall, and one day I'm just driving the car after about 3 years, and it hit me. That's one of my favorite rhymes I ever wrote, the opening line of that song. There I was in all of my innocence, loving you with all of my might. Come to find I didn't have any sense. I rhymed any sense with innocence. I said, that's bad enough to go with that chorus. I'll stick with it.
Bill, we was over in Branson with the Grand Ladies, and Helen Cornelius was with us. We got a request for that written out one night. Would y'all please sing Peel Me an Anner? She said, Peel Me an Anner?
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, it's a song. Roy Drusky recorded it. She said, I never heard such. So I proceeded to sing it for her, and she said, oh my God.
Speaking of that, I want to tell a story. You cut another song of mine not long after Slipping Away. You cut a song I wrote called At the Time.
Yep.
Which had the lines in there about...
At the time, I didn't know your name and I'd never seen your face. If you've never had a T-bone steak, saltine crackers taste just fine.
Yeah, and if you've never been to Paris, France, Big Spring, Texas, it'll suit you fine. Crazy thing. One night, that record is out and it's doing pretty good. I know what you're going. But it's got those kind of off-the-wall lyrics in it. Do you remember when Johnny Carson used to do the thing about stump the band and he'd go out in the audience? He was out in the audience with his microphone and some guy said, I've got a song. And Johnny gave him the microphone, and he started singing At the Time about if you've never had filet mignon, peanut butter will suit you fine or something. He sang about 3 or 4 lines, and Johnny Carson stopped. He said, wait, I've been doing this for a long time. That is the worst song I have ever heard in my life.
I can hear the original record.
So he thought that was even worse than Peel Me an Anner, I guess.
Well, what's the worst song that you ever wrote?
One of those two, probably. Oh, Lord, you don't want to know.
Well, everybody in here, I got a feeling everybody in here has had one of the greatest hits, but they've also had one that they would not record again if they had the chance to.
Oh, yeah.
But,
yeah. I'd have to think about that. But there are some. Peel Me an Anner is the one I've taken a lot of kidding about. And, I've taken a lot of kidding over the years about Walk Out Backwards. Every time you see these lists, people make these lists of terrible country song titles. Walk Out Backwards and I'll Think You're Walking In is always on there.
It's a great song.
Well, thank you. But, not everybody understands the way we write country songs sometimes.
Bill, once I was talking about Peel Me an Anner, one time I was asked, a few years ago, I was asked to come out and speak to the group of volunteers at the Nashville Zoo. And so I said, okay, I can speak, just to a group of them and say hello and everything. And I got out there, and there was a little band there, like 3 pieces or something, and they wanted me to sing. And I said, what can I sing that would apply to the zoo? And then it dawned on me, and I sang Peel Me an Anner.
What did the monkeys do?
I got around to them later, Yeah, the monkeys and the elephants. And you were talking about great songs have other people can take it and make it their own. Harlan wrote, he was having quite a bit of success when we first moved here to Nashville and everything, and went on, of course. But the first 2 songs went into going pop. He said, I want to write one that can't go pop. I want to write a strict country song. And he wrote Busted, which all of a sudden was #1 rhythm and blues, pop, rock and roll, whatever, and Ray Charles.
He just couldn't get a break, could he?
Couldn't get a break. You can't categorize a great song.
Oh, I love it.
I've got a Bill Anderson story that very few people's ever heard.
Let's have it, Mr. Charles Leuven.
When he first joined the Grand Ole Opry, right along about the first, he wrote and recorded Mama Sing a Song, which I thought is a good song. He sang it one night on the Opry. For some reason, the Leuven brothers was either next or was right in front of him. We were backstage when Bill came off of the stage. And he came around and he took an encore that night on Mama Sing a Song. And he came around the back of the stage and Ari was standing there. Bill was still singing Mama Sing a Song. And Ari said to Bill, well, she must have not been too damn hot because she never was on the Opry. Bill had the muscles and the size. He could have smoothed Ari out right there on stage. But he didn't. He just looked at Ari and felt pity for him.
No, I did not. I mean, I was still in such awe of you guys. I mean, always was and will be. And I didn't know how to react to it. I thought he was kidding. I hoped he would, but, I didn't know exactly how to react to it. But I remember him saying that. Looking back on it now.
If you said something clever, he had to try to smooth it out so people wouldn't think it was a clever statement you made.
He was a genius in his own way.
Well, he did a lot of recitations himself.
Yes.
Ari was as good at recitations as Hank Snow or the gentleman from California who recorded This Old House.
Stuart Hammond.
He was very good.
Yes, he was.
A lot of people are good at that. I'm not worth the flip at it. Ari was so good that I won't even try anything. I don't like the way I sound speaking. So I'll just stick with the singing. And speaking of singing, I've recorded probably more songs than very few people in this room that Bill Anderson wrote. He started my career as a solo artist in 1963. And since then, I suppose I've cut a dozen
Thank you.
Bill Anderson songs.
Well, I Don't Love You Anymore was the one. And then you had such a great record on Think I'll Go Somewhere and Cry Myself to Sleep.
By the
Thank
way,
you.
the best song, the cleverest song you ever sang or wrote was Sweet Texas. Nobody's picked up on that song. Capitol Records is going to release that song, and I was going to get to sing at Houston or wherever they have the bowl at. And the song says, the Cowboys are playing the Redskins on Sunday. Somebody saved me a seat. Bill was in New York in snow knee-deep and wondered what he was doing in New York in the snow when the weather was so nice in Texas. So he was really wanting to go to Texas and play Ernest Tubb on the jukebox and drink some of that Lone Star beer in Texas. Great songs.
Thank you.
Well, Charlie, I know all of us know and love and care about you and know you've been really struggling with your health. And as a group, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't just say thank you for all your contributions and some of the greatest records ever made.
I might add to that, Vince, in late June, I was pronounced with pancreatic cancer. They tell me that's the meanest kind.
That's what got my daddy.
And so I was really down for 30 or 40 days. I didn't have a bite of anything solid, just liquid. And I lost from 158 pounds to 110 pounds. And now it's, for some good reason, or no no reason at all. I have been able to start for the last 7 days eating solid food, and I've gained 3 or 4 pounds of weight. So I want to say I appreciate the prayers of as many as 20 million people. And surely somebody must have had a direct line, because my cancer might be completely gone. Miracles are still happening.
Yes, they are.
Yes, sir.
Bill, I have a word I want to pass on to you. Besides your great gift, you've probably been one of the most professional men that's ever been in this business. You took care of business. You lived a clean life, and you took care of your business, and your longevity has been that of just a young person. You still have the energy of a young man. And I say that because a lot of us didn't take care of ourselves or our business. We were talking about a few people earlier, and I was kind of in that crowd. But I have great admiration for you because of that. You've stuck with it. You've not only been a great talent, but you've been a great man as well, and I mean that from all my heart.
Coming from Dallas, Frazier, one of the greatest people that ever put a pen to a piece of paper writing a song, man, thank you. That means more to me than you know. And I'm honored that you're among this group that came here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
You sure didn't have to come here to sing a Bill Anderson song. You got plenty of your own.
I'm privileged to be here. Thank you.
You know who else is here today is Roy Clark.
Yes.
And
I'm sorry?
Dave.
No, I couldn't.
He says he thinks
talking to me?
No, he's talking about you.
I just was saying that you came today.
I'm sorry. Do you have a microphone? I know I've already missed a lot of great stuff. Would you repeat the question? No, there was a couple of things going through my mind. What did you say to lead me into this?
I just told Bill you were here, and
yeah, I spoke to him earlier.
Are you sitting at the same table with Gene Seeley? I mean, Gene.
Now
Shepard?
I can hear you. Somebody turn the knob up.
This was an attempt at another segue. I'm learning.
And I didn't help you at all, did I? There's a couple of things I'd like to get out of the way. First of all, to Charlie Leuven. We were down at Shot Jackson's one night, and I said, you know, one of my dreams would be to sing with Charlie, sing one of the old Leuven Brothers songs, and me do the harmony. Well, he looked at me just as stern as he could, and he said, you can't do it. I said, well, I've been known to sing a little harmony in the past. And so he said, all right, let's try it. He said, when I stop dreaming. Went down on it like that. I did the second line, and he stopped and he said, right there, you're wrong. I said, what's wrong about it? He said, sometimes the lead becomes the harmony. That's what makes them so unique. Yeah. Wow. And it was, but I gave it an earnest try. Now you were talking about, I'm sure, our association, and a great song that turned my life around called The Tips of My Fingers. And what I learned today from Con Huntley is that maybe I'll go in and re-record it and call it, you know, you had my love on the tips of your fingers. It's in there somewhere. But the history of the song, Tips of My Fingers and myself, go through Joe Allison. God bless him. He come to me one time. I had signed with Capitol Records as an instrumentalist because Ken Nelson said they had, excuse me, they had so many
singers that they couldn't find records for, or hit records, that if he went back and told them he'd signed another singer, he'd be in trouble. So him and Ken Nelson and Joe Allison got together, and because of the success of the first album, instrumental album, there was a little money that Ken could justify us going in and recording a single session. So Joe came to me and he said, I want you to hear something. And he played your record of Tips of My Fingers. Now Joe said, I have an idea that we can do this song again and change it a little and make it a big production. So and he got the okay from Ken Nelson. So the day that we were going to record, we were standing in the big studio, I think Studio A, at the Capitol Tower in California. And we were standing with Ken Nelson and Joe Allison. Well, Joe had told Hank Levine, now when you get ready and everybody gets tuned up, no false starts or anything, just take it from the top and go right through it. So we're standing there talking, and these musicians started coming in. I think there was 40 violinists, a half a dozen or more singers, a full orchestra. And Ken, as we were talking, kept looking over his shoulder. Finally, he said, I thought we were in Studio A today. And Joe said, we are. Ken said, you just cost me my job. There's no way I can justify this. So when they finally, the musicians got set and took it from the top, Ken come walking out, and he said, I was scared to death. He said, but relax, it's a hit. And it was. Bless your heart. If I can have a sip of water, there was a time in my past that I could have done my own. Wow. Singing in front of the maestro. You'll notice that I have taken the liberty on some of the high notes, but you know I could do it in my prime. I reached out my arms and I touched you with soft words. I whispered your name. I had your love on the tips of my fingers, but that was as close as I came. My eyes had a vision of sweet lips touching beneath my command. I had your love on the tips of my fingers, but I let it slip right through my hands. But I let it slip right through my hands. Somebody took you when I wasn't looking, and I should have known from the start that it's a long, long way from the tips of my fingers to the love hidden deep in your heart, to the love hidden deep in your heart. I had you right on the tips of my fingers, but I let you slip right through my hands. guess I let you slip right through my hands.
Can't beat that with a
Well,
stick.
I was only part of what? To this date, there's been how many recordings of the tips of my fingers?
I don't know. It's been a hit 5 different times in the United States. Can I share with y'all one of the greatest lines? Roy Clark said one of the funniest things I ever heard a human being say. You cut that about 1963.
I think you hit it on the head. Yeah.
Okay, Steve Warner did it virtually 30 years later.
Right.
And I'm sure over the years you had a lot of other hit songs, and you know, as time goes by, you start performing different songs in your stage show. Right. Steve Wonder's record is like #1. Steve and I are standing backstage at the Opry, and Roy comes in. He comes walking down the hall, and he never looks, he never says hello to me, he never says hello to Steve. He walks right between us, and he gets to us, he says, I put it back in the act.
I had to.
That was a great line, man.
Word got out that I had done it. I had to put it back.
You know, another thing, when I cut it the first time, and the way I wrote it, it was the tip of my fingers. And Roy cut it as tips, and it kind of became a debate about
Joe Allison, I think he had studied something in college or something about proper this, that, or the other. And you and he had a conversation. I won't say an argument, but a conversation.
No, he was right.
Was proper. Was it tips of my fingers or tip of my fingers? And
Well,
Joe,
I think tips is really correct. I'll tell you another funny little story. One time...
he finally got in, Joe.
One time, because Gene Shepard had a good record on
Great
tips.
record on it.
One time, when Steve Warner was producing an album on me, on Warner Brothers, we got myself and you and Eddie Arnold and Gene and Steve, the 5 of us that had cut it, we all got in the studio together. Steve worked up this incredible arrangement with all the modulations and everything, and we cut it together. But here was what was so wonderful, it was outstanding to me. I sang the first part. I had long since decided it was tips of my fingers, so I sang tips. You came in, you sang tips. Eddie was next, he sang the tip of my finger.
Oh, very
He was not going to change for any of us. And I thought that was so cool and spoke volumes about Eddie Arnold.
You did.
That was the way he did it, and that was the way it was going to be.
It should have been compilation.
Was I proud to be
record
part of
the
that
year.
group?
I was too, Roy. What, Gene?
It should have been compilation record of the year.
Yeah.
Thank
With all
you.
of
Y'all
us.
did a wonderful job on it. You really did. I'm
I told
so
Steve,
proud
I said,
of
I
that.
can't change there. Me and him are the only ones singing the same key.
That's right, you did.
All the rest of you turkeys sang in a different key.
Thank
It was
you,
a great
Roy.
record.
Bless your heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy.
I want to say one other thing, if I may, and out of total respect. This is the first country band I've heard in years. And what a pleasure it is to watch this talent without a whole lot of things added to it. Pure music.
Very good.
Thank you again.
Hey, Roy, I have a question for you. Over here, Vinny.
Roy.
I'm sorry, what
I
was it?
wanted to ask you how the transition was for you. I know you probably always were a singer, but you were also mostly known as a guitarist, as an instrumentalist. What was it, this song that turned you into the singer?
You know, I never really thought about it, but now that you bring it up, I'm sure that it did. It proved to me, I never was thinking that I need any proof, but it did prove to me that they would accept me as a singer. I could have a successful record. And that did add to a whole lot of recordings vocally through the years. I never thought of that, Vince. That's great.
I just brought the question up. I just brought the question up because there are not a lot of musicians, really, gifted musicians, singers, and I kind of wanted to ask that for my own benefit.
Oh,
just
bless your
because-
heart. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I felt like my only way to really have a chance was to sing. I didn't think anybody was going to ever notice me so much as a musician.
Really?
Seriously, you know what I mean, though. To really have a chance to make a mark, I knew that would have to be as a singer. And as the musician that I was, I still, the majority of the time I focused on singing the pretty songs and writing the pretty songs and pointing towards that, realizing that everybody would soon find out I could play. I remember coming to see you play as a little boy, and my dad never stopped talking about it till he dropped dead, was you played with your big toe. You took your shoe off and you started playing with your big toe, and that fractured him for the rest of his life.
Bless his heart. That just proves I would do anything it took to get through a show. And I really did. It's... In fact, comedy was another thing that helped me get into doing vocals and instrumentals, because I wanted to always be the first one to laugh at me. If I was going to do something and somebody walked up and said, "Are you serious?" I could say, "No, are you kidding me? I'm not serious. This is not what I do."
Those expressions sold it, though.
The expressions.
Yeah, the expressions.
Even a big toe and an expression, whatever it takes.
Well, you're one of the most beloved men that's ever.
Well, Lord.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Roy.
Yes, sir.
I want to know how you transitioned into being Cousin Roy on the Hillbillies.
How I did what with him?
How you started being Cousin Roy on the Beverly Hillbillies.
Well, if you remember that series, I did 3 of those shows that I became my own mother on there. And I was sitting, at the time I smoked cigarettes, and I was sitting in the dressing room by myself in this get-up of an old lady. And I looked in the mirror at myself, this sweet little old lady with a cigarette in her, and I took it and put it out, and I didn't smoke for a week. Yeah, little old ladies don't smoke.
I think that's a whole big part of your gift is how you turned up on the screen. People were drawn to you and taken with you, and you always did it well.
Well, bless your heart. I grew up in television. I felt, and still do, feel very comfortable with it. I don't look at a camera as a piece of equipment. I look at it as a person. So I play to that person. And television has been very good to me.
Sure.
And I've sometimes wondered if I had been in a different era, like later on when television was so established, would I have had the success that I did through the years. George and I go back to when I played on his first network television show out of Washington. And so anybody that would let me on, I was the first one there. Except with Jimmy Dean. I was too late a couple times with Jimmy, and it cost me a job. But we never had a cross word. And I do want to clarify that. That's one of the second questions that I'm asked on any kind of an interview. They say, "Is it true that Jimmy Dean fired you?" I said, "Yeah, but he put up with me a lot longer than anyone else would have." And 8 o'clock to him meant 8 o'clock. It didn't mean 8:05 or 8:10. With me, anywhere in that vicinity was close enough. And finally, he, after he let me go, well, I have to, if I may.
You get the money.
About 2 weeks, yes, I did. 2 weeks after he let me go, I was riding my motorcycle, which is what caused me to lose my job. And I realized that he was playing in this club that we had played when I was with him. So I pulled up at the front door. I was going to go in and just listen to him. And Jimmy at that time was playing accordion. And just as I pulled up to the front door, this guy come walking out, and it sort of startled him. He said, why don't you just write it on in? I said, if there was someone to hold the door open. Well, he just stood back like Sir Walter Raleigh and called my bluff, and I goosed it, and then I went right up to the bar. Well, I knew the guy that owned the place, and everybody got a kick out of it, except some of the ladies that were dressed in their finery. And I had an old raggedy motorcycle, and it was just spurting blood everywhere. And, I mean, not blood, oil. If I'd have stayed, it would have been blood. But when Jimmy saw who it was, he dropped at one end of the accordion. And I looked, and he was trying to get it back by pulling on those bellows. And the guy said, that owned the place, he said, Roy, I don't mind you being in here, but it is against the law. And by now, word has got out that you are inside this establishment on a motorcycle. If I was you, I'd leave. And I said, I believe you're right. So I cranked it up, cranked his spark back, and oil just all over these ladies. And away I went. And here I am today. Thank you for putting that in there.
There's a fella here that I think is one of the greatest song interpreters that we've ever had as a singer. And I think it's interesting. I think it takes both. You know, it takes someone to come up with a song. It takes for a great band to be able to play the song, great producer to make a great record. But it also takes a great singer to interpret the song. And B.J. Thomas is one of the best song interpreters on the planet. And
Great.
glad to have you here today.
Thank you, Vince. And just since you're going to compliment me like that, I want to tell you that that last one of these things we did, that moment and that song you sang about your brother was the all-time moment of my career. I'll tell you, because I've got a brother. In fact, me and my brother were always mistaken as twins for a long time. In fact, Roy knows this because Roy thought my brother was me one night, and my brother went out with Roy in Nashville when you had that little sports car, that little red sports car. Uh-oh. And y'all really got drunk and had a really good time. And my brother said, BJ, don't tell him, it was me. Just let him think it was you. And I said, okay, but I think I told you that before. But just what happened that day, and I don't want to get too emotional now because it's hard to sing after you've cried. You can sing while you're crying, but that was a great moment for me, and it was the most honest, soulful, sincere, meaningful thing I think I've ever seen, and I want to thank you for that because you were gone the next day when I did say something about it, and anyway, we kind of got diverted off there, didn't we? But it's an honor to be here for you, Bill. It's always been a great pleasure an honor to be able to say that if somebody says something about Bill Anderson, you say, yeah, well, Bill's my friend. I'm a friend of Bill's. And Bill is probably, if you've ever been interviewed by Bill, you know that he knows a lot more about you than you know about yourself. Uh-huh. And it was funny because he was talking to me about the redhead, about my wife, Gloria, and I went through the whole story. I said, oh, yeah, we met and we fell in love. And that's a real interesting story I have to tell you sometime. But and then I said, then we were together every day. We've been together every day since then. And he said, well, no, you separated twice. So he But, Gloria and I have been married for fixing to be 42 years, and I want to do this. I'm glad I'm not singing this to her, but I'm singing this to you, Bill. different from mine, don't you see? We could never be close, though we tried. We both reached for heavens, but ours weren't the same. That's what happens when two worlds collide. Your world was made up of things sweet and good. My world could never fit in, wish it could. Two hearts lie in shambles, and oh, how they cry. That's what happens when two worlds collide. Things sweet and good. My world could never fit in, wish it could. Two hearts lay in shambles, and oh, how we cried. That's what happens when two worlds collide. That's what happens when two worlds collide. Thank you. That was a good melody you composed. I wish I'd have got it right.
That's a great song. Let me tell you a story. We were talking a while ago about having a song on the B-side of a record. One of BJ's biggest pop hits, or big pop hits early in his career, was a song called The Eyes of a New York Woman.
Yeah.
Do you remember what was on the other side of that record?
Yeah, I May Never Get to Heaven.
A song Buddy
was on the B-side.
I May Never Get to Heaven.
It was always
and you
really
sang the fire out of it.
The best side. And, you know, I recorded with Chips Moman in those days, and he always saw me as a country artist. Of course, my first hit was a country thing, and I always had that country part of me, and I get maybe it was the better part, but he always saw me as a country artist, and he played me that song, and it just killed me, you know, and I so would love singing that, and I'm gonna be singing it behind whoever's singing it today, because it's one of my favorite songs. Thank you, Bill.
Well, you cut a great record on it, man.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, Bill, was that
you wrote on me that time?
Was that the song that you and Roger wrote and y'all played it all night so you wouldn't forget it?
Yeah, when two worlds collide. Yeah, that was in the days way before cassette recorders and stuff, and we were riding from Nashville to San Antonio, and in the back seat of Roger's old station wagon, and we wrote that song in the middle of the night, and we were afraid we were going to forget it. So we sat up all night. He'd sing it once or twice, then I'd sing it, then he'd sing it, then I'd sing it. And we finally got into San Antonio early in the morning and called a disc jockey from a radio station. He came over with a recorder, and we finally put it down.
That's great.
One of the few songs that Roger seldom co-wrote.
Mm-hmm.
And as we were talking about co-writing a while ago, but I was so proud to have my name on that song with him. BJ sang it great, too.
What was that line Roger said? Somebody asked him why he didn't like the co-write. He said, "Did Picasso co-paint?"
Yeah. He was right.
I have a confession to BJ Thomas that I too had you as a Codaphone impersonation for a while. Just wanted to let you know. You were immortalized. I know real raindrops. I'm not gonna. Yeah. Oh yeah. Raindrops are falling on my head.
You have not been immortalized until Vince has had you on his photophone.
I wish I'd have saved him. No, I love that man's voice. You know, we were talking earlier about television, and you've had an equally as impressive career in television. You know, we haven't talked about it much today, but you were in one of the soap operas, isn't that right?
My whole life has been a soap opera. I was on One Life to Live
How
on
long?
ABC for about 3 years.
Yeah. And then is that what got you the better sex?
No, actually,
Let me rephrase. That was a TV show that he hosted, The Better Sex.
No, I did The Better Sex first. That's the show
That's what
I
I heard,
co-hosted
yeah.
with her.
We're not going to get off of this one, are we?
You started it.
That was first, and then came the
And then
soap
came
opera?
the soap opera, yeah. Then came the Nashville Network. and
Right.
I did a show on there called Fandango for about 6 years.
That's right. Had
Fun. It was
Edgar the jukebox.
Edgar the talking jukebox.
Blake Pickett. That's right. Y'all remember? I know you remember Blake Pickett. T. Graham Brown T. Graham had a thing for Blake Pickett, I think. But no, and Ed Bruce is here today, and Ed has had I'm trying to make the correlation of some
Segue,
television
yes.
work, acting. Another segue, yeah.
Doing good with those segues.
But Ed, thank you for being here. And
My pleasure. It's an honor.
Great writer and an incredible voice. If I had his voice, I'd just take mine out and build a hen's nest in it.
Great character. Great character.
Vince, I don't want to back up, but I've been sitting here wondering if this pertains to Roy, if Thumbs Carlisle and Toes Clark ever did anything together, ever put any records together.
Yeah.
Did you ever play with Thumbs Carlisle, Roy?
Yes, I did.
Toes Clark and Thumbs Carlisle?
We had a trio trying to make a living out in Nevada.
You used to jam together?
Yeah, but we're going.
Toe jam.
Toe jam. I wish I'd have said that, and I will. But we were going up, I think, Reno or somewhere one night, and bless his heart, you really had to outfit Thumbs. He didn't have a guitar, a chord, any picks, and nothing. You had to supply that. And he said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it tonight or not. He said, I feel like I'm all fingers. That was his line. We were in playing the Golden Nugget in Vegas, and Thumbs' wife come through and was asking for a divorce, and it broke Thumbs' heart. He couldn't understand why she wanted a divorce, and we got to talking about it. I said, well, when's the last time you saw her? He said, it's been about 2 years. I said, have you called or anything, asked about her? He said, no. I figured if she needed anything, she'd call me. But he couldn't understand why, after 2 years, she wanted a divorce.
Do you feel like television had as big an impact on your career as anything else?
Well, I've always looked better on the radio, but television, yeah, in the early days, I did a syndicated show, started in 1965 through 1974 that Jan was on, Gene and Mary Lou and various. And that show, I tell you what, we had such a hard time back in those days. It's probably very hard for you and the younger people to realize what a struggle it was back then to get people to know who you were, to put a face with a sound and a name. You just had to keep going over and over and over. And television was the shortcut to that, as we all know today. And people they'd hear your records and then they'd see, oh, that's who I heard on the radio, you know. So in that standpoint, it really helped a lot, particularly in the early days.
Well, I would think that now is probably the least exposure country music gets on television as it has in a long, long time. And I'm curious, just your thoughts, because for a long time there was, we had Hee Haw, and everybody, Porter had a show and Buck had a show, and there were always elements of country music on television and network television. And now the only network television we ever get is one of the award shows.
Well, what about the video channels? And they play country.
Well, yeah, kind of, sort of. But I'm honestly, it's also, they show a lot of movies, they show a lot of different shows, and it's not so much about country music per se, like it used to be. When you had the Nashville Network at CMT and it was 24 hours a day, they had Ralph's show, you had your show, you had Jim Ed had a show on there, and it was nonstop where you could hear some live entertainment.
Well, I think when you look back at the history, I think those years that the Nashville Network was on, if you look back, look at all the artists. They talk about the class of '89 or what all the artists that became such big stars when that exposure was there. I mean, that's when Garth and Clint Black and Alan Jackson and it just goes on. And I think you were maybe a little before that.
Yeah, I skipped class a lot. But I was sort of in the class of '89.
But having that, having that exposure, that constant exposure. Number one, it did wonders for Nashville. It was there was not a New York network. There was never a Chicago or a Los Angeles network, but there was a Nashville network. And it really helped Nashville, and it helped our entire industry. And I wish it was still around.
Yeah. I just asked because I know that some people have had not only great recording careers, but also, like I was talking to Roy, had a great television career too. Ed Bruce is somebody that's here. He had a great career as an actor, and that great face and that character, and has a great history.
Do we have to put that in the past tense?
No. Are you still doing some television stuff?
Oh yeah, when something comes up, sure.
Yeah. Do you find you obviously enjoy it, but did you see it have an impact on your career as well?
Yeah, but I've done so many different things. It's funny. I'll be somewhere and somebody will walk up to me and say, "Oh, you're Mr. Tennessee." Yeah. They're thinking about the old commercials back in the late '70s that I did. And I said, "No, actually, Mr. Tennessee was a bodybuilder. I'm the Tennessean." But yeah, it's opened doors. Of course, I came to Nashville in the first place to be a songwriter. And I had my first success back in the early '60s with Mr. Lubin there. Got me my first BMI award. And I moved up here within a couple of years. But I came up to hang around people like him, like Bill Anderson. He was among my heroes. And that's all I wanted to do at the time. Now, since then, everything else has been a spinoff from songwriting. And I've been blessed.
Well, I think that's the one thing that goes on in this room and on these shows that, as one of the younger guys, I am drawn to, is that sense of community that y'all have. Yeah. That sense of history, that sense of, struggling, helping get started, doing shows, and the whole 9 yards. It's always inspiring to be around as one of the younger guys. When did you first run into Bill?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Hey, we're talking about the last century, I don't remember. My first recollection of Bill is the TV show. Yeah. And after you moved to Nashville, the way it was then, it seemed to be more of a community. It was more community oriented then. And you'd pass famous people on the streets down within a few blocks of the row, and it's sometime you run into somebody in the studio, you introduce yourself. But I'm curious about one thing. Vince, can you do me?
No, my voice won't go that
way. But Bill was one of the ones that when I first came to town, that I was familiar with because of the TV show. And one of the people I looked up to. And there were, you know, Harlan and Hank and Willie and just my heroes. That's why I'm here.
Would you sing one of Bill's great songs? Pretty please?
Yeah.
Good. Good.
Man,
You know, I've been sitting back there, and Larry Butler's on one side, Con Hunley's on the other, Lynn's sitting over here, and Gene Shepard's sitting there, and everybody's singing a song. Somebody will get up here, and Con said, "Boy, that's a good song." Larry will say the next one, they say, "Man, it's a great song." "Boy, what a song." "Well, yeah." Bill, I may need you to crawl up behind me on this and the words. Who's going to count it? I got back in town the day before I planned to. I smiled and said, I'll sure surprise my wife. I'll just head on home. I don't think I'll follow any way around. For I didn't know the cold hard facts of life. I passed a little wine shop on the corner. I pictured pink champagne by candlelight. I stopped the car right then, got out and hurried in, my mind not on the cold hard facts of life. A stranger stood there laughing by the counter. He said, I'll take 2 bottles of your best. Her husband's out of town, there's a party. And he winked as if to say, you know the rest. I left the shop 2 steps behind the stranger. From there to my house, his car stayed in sight. But it wasn't till he turned into my drive that I learned I was witnessing the cold, hard facts of life. I drove around the block till I was dizzy. Each time the noise grew louder from within. I saw our bottle sitting there beside me. I drank a 5th of courage, then walked in. Oh Lord, you should have seen their frantic faces. They screamed and cried, please put away that knife. I guess I'll go to hell, or I'll rot here in this cell. But who taught who the cold hard facts of life? Who taught whom the cold hard facts of life? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow.
Thank you.
That people have asked me over the years probably more about why I wrote that song or how or where it came from than anything I've ever written, and I have no idea. It just came out. But I had no idea when I was writing it how I was going to end it. I painted myself way into a corner with that song. And I think one of the greatest, I don't know what to call it, just gifts, I guess. God just dropped it down the line of who
Amen.
taught who the cold hard facts of life, because that's exactly what I wanted to say. Did I teach them that you're not supposed to cheat, or did they teach me you're not supposed to kill, And I thank God every day for that line, and thank you very much for the great job you did. Thank you. Here's yours, Roy.
I've already used all of my ad libs.
Can I say just when you said you painted yourself into a picture, into the corner, all the way through that song, I was sitting here thinking, what a picture you've painted. That's what you're the best at, is painting a picture that is so vivid. We don't need videos with songs like yours, okay?
Thank you.
Porter did a good job with it, too.
I remember Porter, when he first got that song, we were all a bunch of us together somewhere, and he just saying, man, poor man, I mean, Hoss, this is the one I've been looking for, hey, buddy, and we just sat there and listened to him sing it over and over, just partying somewhere, but just still gives me cold chills when I hear those lines.
Larry?
What year was Corner of My Life?
About early 70s, 72, probably 71 or 72.
I'll never forget the first time I heard that on the radio. And what everybody's saying here is you paint pictures with words the eyes never see, but it's vividly clear, and that's true. When I heard the line in Corner of My Life, you're my water when I'm thirsty in the middle of the night. Wow. I wish I'd have thought of that.
There are songs that when you're driving along,
Yeah.
one comes on the radio, you just have to pull over.
Yeah.
And that's what he does.
Well,
That's what he does.
I remember that night because I was at your house with Becky at that time, and you called and said, I had to pull over because I'm writing this song, and it was the corner of my life.
Yeah, I wrote it in my car.
What a song.
Under the wheel of my car.
Corner of my
Thank
life,
you.
yeah.
Great song. And Vince, yours, and nobody answered, wasn't bad, pal.
I'm smart enough to go hang out with him. What do you, I don't even know why I'm going to bring this up, but only to introduce the next person really more than anything is, I know a lot of us in this room, we have so much history of really where this music started,
Just now ran it.
Okay, there is a God. Thank you so much.
You're invited to the party, celebrating 50 years of unprecedented success in the country music industry. Bill Anderson has written more songs and had more songs recorded than any other country music writer in history, and that's something to celebrate. So we invited all of his friends, cooked us up a big old cake, and tried to do this celebration right. Hosted by Vince Gill, this collection features many of Bill's biggest hits, so we're glad you chose to attend this bash. For one of country music's true legends, welcome to Bill Anderson's 50th anniversary celebration.
Bill, we've been talking a lot today. Well-deserved 50 years of a great career as an artist and also as a songwriter. And you've maintained a presence in that entire stretch of time. I ask you what you think about the next 50 years, not so much for yourself, but for this music.
Well, I think in a lot of ways this music is in very good hands. I think there's a lot of wonderful young talent out there that can carry it on to where it needs to go. The one thing constant about music is it's constantly changing, constantly evolving. I've had to remind myself several times in recent years that when Roger Miller and Mel Tillis and Johnny Paycheck and Bill Anderson, and when we came to town, and Hank and Harlan as writers, we weren't doing the same music that Roy Acuff and Ernest Tubb and people had been doing prior to that. And actually, when they came along, it wasn't the same as the Possum Hunters and the Gully Jumpers and some of the original string bands that started the Opry. So I imagine, we sit around sometimes, I think, and we say, well, some of this new country music, maybe it's not country. I imagine that Ernest Tubb and Roy Acuff probably sat around and said that about us. Yeah, what do these guys think they're doing, So it's constantly evolving, it's constantly changing. And I think that's as it should be. I just hope, and there's a friend of mine sitting right out in front of me out here named Jamie Johnson that I think has got a real good chance to kind of lead the way. I just want sometimes like in fashion, it's so old, it's new again.
Right.
I want country music. You sang on a song that I helped to write with Buddy Cannon and Paul Overstreet that Joe Nichols did called "Old Things New."
Great song.
And I just I'm wanting to see them make some old things new, and bring the feeling and the heart back to the stories, and not be afraid. I was talking to one of the band members, and I was telling them how good they were doing. They said, "Well, we're not afraid to be country." Yeah. And I don't think any of us should be afraid or ashamed to be country.
Well, I'd love to hear you say that, because I've felt the same. We had this conversation, the two of us, some years ago, and we made that comment that at the time when you were really striking that hot iron, you were not as what had come before you. And,
that's right.
And I think that the one thing I noticed that has disappeared slightly with what's going on today is the element of traditional country music is maybe not as big a part of it as it always has been. I thought things always got contemporary. Whether they got Southern rock, whether they got pop, it didn't matter which way it went, but there was always a traditional element that never lost its way. There was always that going on, and that seems to be the one thing that doesn't quite have the place that it always has, which I really miss. We have a young girl here today that is of that ilk. She really loves the great traditional country music. She's become a new friend of mine, and I know she's probably recorded some of your songs and made her first record. And she's someone that all of us are kind of going, oh, great, somebody's wanting to be a really traditional country singer. Yeah. And Tia Goins is here somewhere today. I don't know where she is. There she is in the back. Hi, Tia.
Hey. Thank you. I can't tell you all how honored I am to be sitting in this room. I grew up in Missouri, listening to an AM radio and my grandma's record collection, and most of the people that are sitting in here influenced me, and especially you, Bill. I grew up just loving traditional country music. It's all I knew. It's all I knew that was even out there. And to be here today among you all, I'm very humbled and very honored to be a part of this.
Well, you just keep that torch burning bright.
I'm gonna do my best. I feel like there's a whole generation out there that doesn't know this kind of country music, the kind of country music that we do, and I hope to get it out there so that those kids can know where it all came from.
Got a song picked out and sing for us, buddy?
I do. I'm gonna walk out backwards if that's okay.
Walk in backwards.
Y'all watch this.
I'd rather live a life of lies and fantasy than to face the truth and realize you're leaving me. You built me up so high, stand
Great job, Tia.
Yeah,
There you go.
that's what I'm talking about, carrying it into the future. Like
Sure. Tell me, so many of your songs were shuffles. The shuffle beat is most real musicians, real lovers of country music. It's the greatest thing, greatest feel. It's the greatest to dance to. It's the greatest to listen to. What's your recollection of how the shuffle got started in country music? You wrote so many great ones.
I associated with Ray Price.
Okay, me too.
I don't know that Ray was the first one to do it. You go back, I imagine Bob Wills probably did it, and different forms. But I associate it. I'm not sure that Crazy Arms was a shuffle. It may have been a 2/4, but it was about the time that came out that you began to hear these things. My shoes keep walking back to you. Heartaches by the number. These kinds of things. I associated with Ray Price. I don't know about you guys. And then Buck picked it up and began to do a lot of it. And Jan, you did shuffles early on, the one you slip around with, and some of those songs.
I do
Win
shuffles
Stewart.
every chance I get.
Some of it may have come off the West Coast. I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, when we started, it was called the West Coast Shuffle because we were out there. And it was a little different, as I think Mr. Capps can verify, that it's different than the shuffle that they get in Nashville on the sessions. And for one thing, it's more up-tempo, and like Buck, I think, did that. And my first record was a shuffle with Win Stewart. And I love shuffles.
Well, I think there's a drummer, Buddy Harmon, the late Buddy Harmon, that gets so much credit for really being the kingpin of how great a shuffle could feel with him and Bob Moore playing bass. And
Junior Husky.
And Junior, exactly right. And
I truly believe it did start on that West Coast, Miss Jan. I was growing up out there too, and that Buck Owens influence. Just got to sing with Lyle Lovett a couple of weeks ago, and that shuffle beat is just, there's something about it that's infectious. It just gets in your bones. I wasn't accepted as a country singer coming as a teenager from California until I did Rocky Top. It wasn't country unless it was bluegrass way back then.
Yeah.
Well, it spread to Texas too, and Texas took up the shuffle, and it just got all over Texas,
and still is.
And still is. And when I came to Nashville, everybody thought I would do a shuffle.
No, it started.
Once it spread to Texas.
Well, they said it started in California.
No.
So it started in Texas.
How do they know this in California?
Well, you know what? Let's go. It started in Texas. It spread to California. There you go.
As a boy growing up in Memphis,
Ed Bruce
heard very much in black music in Memphis.
There you go.
Shuffle.
Sure.
Blues shuffle.
Yeah, blues shuffles were different. They were similar, but there was a 2/4 thing to it in the way the country musicians played it. A lot of times, Bob or Junior, they'd play just the root, just play the rocking back and forth, and the tic-tac would really carry the pulse and the thing that made it walk.
I always said it's good to take some Texans and tie them to a chair and start playing a shuffle. They'd kill themselves. They couldn't dance.
That's right.
There was a few of those tunes out there in the 50s that I was playing dances with dance bands that would use that rhythm.
Right, exactly.
Just a few of them.
That's what I came up on,
It took a long time to really think the folks from Texas liked you because they would never clap when you were done playing, but if they were dancing and you saw the hats,
that's right.
That was it.
You were winning, man.
That was it.
Winning, big time.
First time I heard applause, it scared me to death.
They hate me.
That's great.
They want me off here.
I'm just curious because, like I said, so many of your songs, City Lights was the first, was it not? Was it one of the first?
Let me ask you now, to call it a shuffle, does it have to be the walking? Does it have to be the four beats to the bottom?
The 4 on the floor, I don't know. You'd have to ask a drummer. What's the real difference?
Well, the 2/4. There's a 2/4 shuffle.
2/4 shuffle.
Yeah, there's both. I mean, there's some where the
Just a
drummers
slow shuffle,
4
I
on the
think.
floor with the kick
Because they know more about that than I do. But
if it ain't walking, it ain't talking, Jack.
Well, you're right in that there's nothing like a shuffle to wake up a good country music crowd. Boy, tear into one of those, and it'll usually do the trick.
And I would think in the day, we were talking earlier about how things change, and I would think in the day that when that came across and it was honky-tonkin', that must have felt like rock and roll in comparison to, what Roy Acuff might have been doing, the Carter family, or what have you,
I bet it did.
And in the day, I'll bet, man, it's like,
And really needing the drums.
feeling like beer now, feels like a beer joint. Well, Jimmy Fortune is with us today.
Yes, he is.
Jimmy is one of the, I love Jimmy Fortune because we both sing like women and we're okay with that.
That's exactly right.
But we're glad,
I wish I could sing
you're
higher.
here. We're glad you're here, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing real good. It's an honor to be here. I tell you, I'm a blessed guy to be here today. God's really been good to me because I get to sit in this room with such great people. And, I think about Bill was brought up many times in conversations with me and the Statlers through the years. And
Well, wait till you hear my side of it.
Well, I got to tell you, when I first went with the Statler brothers, of course, Lou DeWitt was there before me. He was the reason that I came there to kind of help them to get back to going again after he had surgery. And lo and behold, it became a full-time thing for me. But when it became full-time, I remember going to Don and Harold and asking them, I said, look, Lou wrote songs. I said, if I write songs, would you guys record them? They said, sure, if they're good enough. And so, I thought, well, I wanted to learn from him, So he said, well, rather than me, let's tell you what to do. Listen to some Bill Anderson songs.
Really?
And so, yeah. So, and I tell you what, those guys love and respect you so much, and so do I.
Well, it goes both ways. Thank
But
you.
I got to tell you that there's one story that you might not like because you happened to bring your ball team up there to Stanton, Virginia one time and got beat by somebody.
They brought in a bunch of ringers.
He brought singers, you brought ringers.
They talk about that all the time.
That was fun. That was back when they were doing the big 4th of July festivals up there. Yeah, we played a softball game against the Statler brothers. There was 4 of the Statler brothers, and the other players were from the New York Mets. They got a bunch of ringers. And
they had some ringers in there.
It
I
was
gotta
fun.
admit.
We did get beat. Yes, we did.
But I just want you to know, from the guy that walks into this town for the first time writing songs, and somebody's coming here to try to entertain and sing, to the guy that's standing on stage today, the most professional there is, that you're inspired everybody, and from the bottom to the top, and we all love you for it.
Thank you.
For sure.
Love you right back.
What'll happen? You're just like me. You came to town, and it made an impact when somebody was nice to you. It'll last a lifetime, And I wish that everybody could understand that young kid, he's coming in there, and if you're nice to that young kid, it will make that impact and last a lifetime.
Oh, it's so worth it. It's so worth it.
Now, Jean Shepard was the first one actually to be nice to me. She still is
Ever?
now and then.
Ever?
Just about.
We beat him in Canasta.
In Nashville. When what?
We beat Hawk and Harlan in Canasta.
I didn't hear that.
Enough said.
You beat Hawk and Harlan in Canasta.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we did.
Don't you remember?
Gene and Hawk used to come over to our house, and Harlan and Hawk we had this table hockey game, and they would play hockey. You should have seen these Harlan and Hawk fighting over this kids' hockey game. They were fantastic. We did that, and we used to go bowling, and Hawk would throw the ball, and it would land way down there at the pins, because he was so great. Good friends.
Well, Jimmy, you must have been around a lot of shenanigans with those other boys. They knew how to have some fun.
They did. I learned from some of the best in the world. They knew how to entertain. I mean, they went. They had the comedy. They had, the singing, and they had it all. They really did. And I miss them terribly. I mean, it's been 8 years now, but we had some great times. I got to meet a lot of the people that I never dreamed, because they picked me up from right out of the clubs back there in Virginia. I mean, I went from the little leagues to big leagues overnight. I remember riding a pickup truck, going to ride a pickup truck around the Houston Astrodome with some lights on it. For the first time I'm with those guys, and I'm like 40,000 people, and I'm just standing there going, what do I do now? And Harold says, boy, start waving. I said, they don't know me. He said, they just wave anyway. You're on a truck with lights on it, So it was just mind-blowing to me that I got to meet people and do the things that I did. And I was very thankful. But Also, I was scared to death too the whole time. But they really made it really easy for me.
Well, I'm sure, and they were so loved that I'll bet that made it even easier.
Well, everybody loved them. That's exactly
wet
right.
shoes
So they knew going in that I was there to try to help out. You know, it wasn't like I was coming in to try to really take somebody's place because, but Lou DeWitt, bless his heart, he passed away back in 1990 of Crohn's disease, and we miss him terribly still.
You know, he was such a distinctive part of their sound.
Yeah.
Right.
But I really think, Jimmy, that you made your own place in that group.
you did.
Because there was the Statlers then, and then the Statlers later.
Well,
and that sound that you brought was
The
distinctive
good thing
too.
was when I came into the group, I didn't try to change it. I wanted to blend. Because if the blend wasn't there and it stuck out, then it wasn't going to be the same. So it had to blend.
But it also had your songs.
Well, that's right.
You know,
I got that.
as much of it as you're singing.
Right.
It was your heart as a songwriter as well that made an impact. And
Well, I still say today, God had his hand in all of it. And more than I can even imagine. Even when I look back on it, I think, man, I can just see it. You know, that he said, here's this song. I know you need it right now, so here. You know. And so I took it and run with it, you know. But it was a great time with those guys. 21 years. I still can't believe it.
Well, would you put a good Bill Anderson song on us?
I'll try to. I'll get up here and do something.
Sing it up there high where men's supposed to sing.
Well.
What is your line about? You sing like a girl,
I sing
but
like
you live
a
in a
woman,
nice
but I
house.
live in a nice house because I sing like a woman.
I don't have my glasses, and I'm going to read this off the paper if you don't mind. But this is a Connie Smith song. And I didn't wear my tight underwear today, so there's no telling what might happen. But kick her off there, boys, and we'll see what we can do. All right. I wish you only knew all the days I've made it through because of you and your sweet love. I wish that I could count the times peace and comfort filled my mind because of you and your sweet love. You're what keeps me going, the sun that lights my sky, the rose that blooms in winter, the rain that cools July. Never try to tell me it wasn't God above that sent me you and your sweet love. Mike Johnson, y'all, let's hear it. Almost every night it seems you come walking through my dreams, precious you and your sweet love. And tonight, though we're apart, there's a coolness in my heart, thanks to you and your sweet love. You're the rock I cling to, the star I wish upon, the water in my desert, the anchor in my storm. Oh, never try to tell me that it wasn't God above that sent me you and your sweet love. He sent me you and your sweet love. Thank you, buddy. God bless you.
Attaboy, way to do one for the high singers, pal. I believe that was a step higher than Connie's key, if I'm not
I can't even think that high.
mistaken. You know, T. Graham Brown is here today. He's been chipping in here and there, now and then, and telling some great stories, and he's got a great love for Whispering Bill Anderson.
I do for a fact. Bill's
He's another one that imitates me. a
I
lot.
know.
God bless you, Bill. First show I ever did with you was in 1976 at the Stone Mountain Park under the shed. And I met the lady that booked us there the other night. She came up to me and told me, that sure was fun, man. You knocked me out. I didn't know how good it was going to be. He had this deal set up. The first time I'd ever seen it, he had this screen behind him. And I guess you started out in the year 1959 or 60 or whatever. He had a smash for every year. He'd put the year, you know, and he'd sing. And it was awesome, man. Hey, thanks for letting me be here.
Thank you for being here.
This is really cool. I was listening on the way into you, and Gary Nicholson and I wrote a great song one time, and I was listening to it on the way in. I was thinking, man, I got to write with Bill Anderson. How cool is that?
Boy, you sang the fire out of that too. You talking about Which Way to Pray?
Yeah, Which Way to Pray.
You made a great record.
Oh, thanks, man. Had a good song to work with. You having fun?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am too, man.
I'm just kind of in a fog with all of this.
You gonna let me sing?
Please.
Yeah, you're gonna.
I gotta. Let me see if I can hold that a minute. I got to pull up my britches. And I got to take.
Did you unbutton the top button?
Well, they're drawstring pants. It's hard to do that. So I'm so glad that you started off by holding the lyrics.
Sure.
Amen.
He don't know any of my songs.
Hey, so I don't know if you know this. I'm going to sing I May Never Get to Heaven. When'd you write this?
1959.
Really?
Wow.
When did Conway have the hit on it?
1970. This song was recorded. This was one of those songs that just never seemed to find its true mark. I mentioned B.J. did it, and it was the backside of one of his big hits. The original record of this song was by Don Gibson, and it was the backside of Just One Time, which was a monster. We never could get this song in the right hands until Conway got a hold of it, and he cut it in 1970. Buddy Killen wrote the melody to this, and I wrote the lyrics.
Well, it's cool. I hope I can sing it. I hope I can do all right.
I'll bet on you.
All right, guys, now I'm depending on you.
Oh, I walked with you, and I talked with you, and I held your loving hand. Yeah, we loved a while and lived a while, and I thought that fate had it planned. Oh, then someone stole my angel, and I lost what I love most. I may never get to heaven, but I once came mighty close. I may never play a golden harp or spread celestial wings, or walk a golden staircase while a distant chorus sings. Oh, but once I held your felt your tender touch. I may never get to heaven, but I didn't miss it much. I may never get to heaven, but I once came mighty
I wonder if, Carol Lee, did you sing on Conway's record of that?
I didn't sing on this one.
Because you sang on so many of them.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe you sang on that.
No, this was, he had changed over to a different vocal group, and in fact, Owen wasn't producing this. And so he just went a whole new route. And so I got fired. No, I didn't. I really didn't, but.
Well, that was a fabulous job just then.
Amen. That was great. I had the distinction of being Conway's harmony singer throughout most of the 80s on most of his records.
Oh, did you?
And I got I guess it was a kind of a good compliment from him. He says, "You might be the best background singer I've ever had, but you're the most expensive."
You tell him you're worth every penny?
I don't know. Man, he killed that song. Conway killed that song. And T got such a great soulful interpretation. You're one fine singer, brother.
Yeah.
George, yes, sir?
I don't think anybody has mentioned today that Bill Anderson might have had a lot to do with creating the event formerly known as Fanfare. Bill and I were on the CMA Board of Directors in the late 60s, and I remember a big discussion came up about the disc jockey convention. They used to have a disc jockey convention in the autumn, and several of people were complaining that so many fans and people getting autographs were coming and interfering with the disc jockey convention because the DJs couldn't talk to the artists because the artists were busy getting their picture taken or signing autographs. And Bill said something about, well, have you thought about just having an event for the fans? And then maybe they won't come to the disc jockey convention because they'll have their own event. Well, Bill and I had just been to the Wembley Festival over in England, which we talked about earlier. And we were telling the folks on the board about how at the International Festival of Country Music, they had booths out in the lobby where all the artists could meet and greet the fans and sign autographs. And they had concerts in the arena. The next year, the CMA board went to Wembley and had their meetings there. And the following summer was the first Fanfare. It was an exact copy of the International Festival of Country Music, and Bill Anderson is the one really who started that ball rolling, I think.
Well, you're very kind.
Is that the way you remember it?
Yeah, pretty much. I remember me and you and Hubert Long, who was my manager for many years, and Bud Wendell standing in the stairway at the old Capitol Park Inn downtown near the Municipal Auditorium where the DJ convention was held. And I remember the subject coming up about, why don't we start a convention, for the fans? And I had forgotten the connection with Wembley, but you're right. I remember now that they did go over there. And of course, the whole Fanfare thing was I think it was just an idea whose time had come, and the fact that I was part of the beginning of it was,
Take credit, Bill.
Kind of happened that way.
He doesn't
Don't try to
do
take
that.
any credit for it. Huh?
You don't seem to take credit for a lot of things that you've been instrumental in making happen.
Yeah, lots of things, yeah.
Well,
Humility is a good thing. But we know you did it anyway.
And one of the biggest things we had was the softball games. The girls and then the guys. Remember all
that's
those
right.
games?
Once we got fanfare going, we got softball involved, and they
Yes.
still do that. They do a charity softball game now.
Hey, did you invent the internet?
What did he say?
But he's on it all the time.
What did he say? I
He
missed
told
that.
Al Gore about it.
Al Gore totally ripped him off.
I'm sorry. I didn't. No.
You a big computer guy?
I heard he invented Connie.
Yeah, a lady came up to me one night at the Opry. She said, I sure want to thank you for inventing Connie Smith. I said, honey, I didn't invent her. I might have discovered her, but I didn't invent her. Am I a computer guy?
Yeah.
I like to do email, and I write little blogs on my website sometimes, yeah. You?
Nope. No, not much of a computer guy.
Not onto it. I mean, I don't get on there and play games and look up all kinds of stuff. If I need to look up something, I call Les Singer, because he's on the computer 30 hours a day.
John Conley's here today to pay tribute to you.
That's awfully nice. John's
that's a good man.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, he's got a big heart. All the things he's done for our country and sticking up for the farmers, and he's a good man. Another guy that's we were talking earlier about people that are great interpreters of songs, and he has a great ear for great songs. He always
John's
picks
one of
great
those
songwriters.
Yeah, and John is one of those artists too that the minute you hear him, you know exactly who it is, and that's intended as a compliment.
And I have
Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it.
That's John Conley.
Another confession: you too were a Codaphone recipient.
Oh, right.
Bad impersonation.
Do him. What did you?
Well, I said, hello, everybody. This is old brother John Conley. I'm not in right now. I'm out getting a new pair of rose-colored glasses. Whatever. And it was a friend of mine put him up to calling me one time, and thank God I was home, and I picked up the phone and said, hello. And he goes, hey, Vince, this is a con man. I just appreciate you being a big fan of old John, They're the biggest, I'm the biggest. But I always loved John because he had one of the guys that knew Guy Clark songs and people that I love and, off the beaten path kind of guys. And
that's me.
Glad to have you
Well,
here.
I deliberately asked not to be told what was
everybody
going to
was doing.
happen today. John's never recorded one of my songs that I know of, and I cannot imagine which one of my songs he's going to do. I can't wait to hear because I know it'll be good.
Well, John, would you favor?
I'll do it. Absolutely. I
Oh,
can.
you're going to like this one.
I can. Do we have a handheld mic? Thank you so much. My first exposure to Bill on record was, a lot of you know I was, and still am, an undertaker, licensed funeral director.
And he writes prescriptions.
And when I was working at the funeral home in Versailles, Kentucky, they moved me into the funeral home. They gave me a room in the funeral home just so I'd be closer for when the ambulance calls came in and that kind of stuff. What, you don't like that? I mean, that's not a good idea to you? And so one of the first things I bought when I moved into this room was a brand new console phonograph, a Magnavox, a big Magnavox thing with, big giant woofers on it and all this. And I must confess that in those days, I listened to country mostly when I was with my dad, running around the pickup truck and all that. But in those days, in the mid-'60s, I was a big Motown fan. I listened to Motown. Ray Charles, you talked about Ray. Man, Ray was my man. And so that phonograph played more of that than anything else. But my boss, Dorsey Clark, who's still there, he came in one day with a Bill Anderson record. And he wanted to hear it. It still was his favorite song, although I believe this must have been sort of a greatest hits package because there were other hits on it as well. And we played that a lot. But that was my first exposure to Bill Anderson. I never dreamt in those days that I would ever share the Opry stage with you, and it's hard to believe. Congratulations on 50. I can't believe I've been around for 30 of it. I mean, that just doesn't compute to me, but what an honor to be with you. When they invited me to do this, the song suggestion was a lot of things different. And what a great song. I remember I don't remember where we were, but we were doing a date somewhere together when I first heard you do this song, and it captivated me. It's just one of those captivating songs. I love it, and I'm going to do my best with it. Let's see what happens here. I'd have spent a lot more time out in the pouring rain without an umbrella covering my head. And I'd have stood up to that bully when he pushed and shoved and called me names, but I was too afraid. And I'd have gone on and seen Elvis that night he came to town. Mama wouldn't let me. And I'd have gone skinny dipping with Jenny Carson that time she dared me to, but I didn't. Oh, I'd have done a lot of things different. I wish I'd have spent more time with my dad when he was still alive, but now I don't have the chance. And I wish I'd have told my brother just how much I loved him before he went off to war, but I just shook his hand. And I wish I'd have gone to church on Sunday mornings when my grandma begged me to, but I was afraid of God. And I wish I would have listened when they said, boy, you're gonna wish you had, but I wouldn't. Oh, I'd have done a lot of things different. People say they wouldn't change a thing, even if they could. Oh, but I would. There was this red dress she wanted one time so bad she could taste it. I should have bought it, but I didn't. And she wanted to paint our bedroom yellow and trim it in blues and greens, and I wouldn't let her. Wouldn't have hurt nothing. Oh, and she loved to be held and kissed and touched, and I didn't do it. Not nearly enough. And if I'd have known that was going to be our last dance, I'd have told that band to play on and on, on and on and on. I'd have done a lot of things different. People say they wouldn't change a thing, even if they could. Oh, but I would. Yes, I'd do a lot of things different. Oh, I'd have done a lot of things different. Great song. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The guy that produced Kenny Chesney's hit record of that was Buddy Cannon.
I know.
Yes, I was lucky enough to have been the producer on that on that great song, but it could not have been interpreted better than John
That
Conley.
was wonderful, John. It really was.
Thank you.
Amen. 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 That was.
Thank
it
you.
was worth the
People
whole
ask
day.
you all the time when you write songs, they ask you what your favorite song is. You get that a lot, I bet.
Yeah.
What's your favorite song you've ever written? What do you say? Do you have a song?
Either the last one or the next one.
Well, I say that a lot too. But truthfully, I have probably two favorites among the songs I've ever written. One is early in my career, which was Mama Sang a Song, which was very close to me personally. And then I think as you get older, maybe you look at things a little different, and a lot of things different is probably when he got to the line about my daddy, his pictures over there.
Me too. I just lost mine within the last year and a half, so I can relate. I relate to that too, Bill.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Well, with this whole room echoes what Buddy just said. That was like when Don Helms played the steel guitar that night. We were doing one of these for me too. So, thanks.
Somebody do another impersonation of Bill.
I was gonna ask you, Bill. You know, you're just talking about your dad. Where did you get the drive and desire and want to write songs? Did you write poetry as a kid? Were you drawn to English? Did your mom or dad play music? What was it that inspired you as a young man?
You know, I've often wondered, Vince. I really, my parents were not, showbiz people or musical people, really. I've always loved to write. I wanted to grow up to be the world's greatest sports writer, because sports was my other love. Country music and sports and writing were always my three passions. And I worked as a sports writer for a while, and I thought that's probably what I would end up doing. And then, fortunately, City Lights came along, and the music thing kind of took me down a different road. But I'm one of those kids that all the other kids in school hated, because every time the teacher would say, okay, for homework, you have to write a paper. Everybody go, ugh. I'd go, good, how long can it be? Because I've just always, I love words, I love the English language, and I just love to write, and it just kind of happened. I'm kind of the black sheep of the family, I guess.
Well, we're grateful that sports didn't get you. I can say that.
Yeah.
We're grateful for that.
Bill, I was with you in Canada when your daddy passed away.
Yes, you were.
You cut me deeply that day. You hurt
I'm sorry?
me. You hurt me. You made my heart ache. We was checked into the motel, and we was next door to one another, and I heard some of the guys were out talking to you, and John Lindsay was there from Peterborough. And all of a sudden, everything got really quiet. And I heard the most mournful sobbing that I've ever heard in my life. And I walked over, and you were standing in the middle of the room, and you were just sobbing, and I didn't know what to do. Only thing I could do is walk over and put my arms around you and tell you that I loved you. But it brought back 30 to 35 years, because I was on the road when my daddy died. And I knew I could feel the pain, I could feel your pain. But let me tell you one thing. There's one thing you can rest assured. Your daddy is always in my memories. Because every time I think of my daddy, I think of your daddy. And I love you.
Thank you. I love you too. That was a tough time. We had just left Winnipeg and driven out to Brandon, Manitoba, and had just gotten into the hotel. My sister called and told me that Daddy had passed away that morning. And your husband, Benny, got in the van and drove. We had just come from Winnipeg. He got in the van, drove me back to Winnipeg so I could catch a flight home.
Yeah.
And
he's a pretty good old boy.
Yes, he is.
I think
you
I'm
need
gonna
to keep him.
42 years.
That meant an awful lot to me. You were there when I needed you. And I remember that hug, and sometimes a hug is all you need.
Oh, we just helped one another and cried, and it was, whew, it hurt, but it helped.
And isn't it wonderful to have a gift like you have to turn emotions like that into a song that can let those emotions out and let other people identify with them.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what you do when you try to write a song, is touch somebody's heart and soul? And boy, you've done it.
Thank you.
You've done it.
How many times?
Thank you.
I knew Bill's mom and dad very, very well. I mean, they were just so great and sweet people. I love them.
Well, they
And
loved you too.
you know I did. And Bill's mom, I had on some glasses one day. They were kind of rimmed or something, and she wanted to know where I got those glasses. She wanted some just like them, and she did. There's a picture of her in those glasses particularly. But that meant that she really liked something that I had on. But I love them dearly.
You know what Roger Miller told my mother one time? My mother was one of those people that she didn't have that little policeman in her head. If she thought something, it came right out of her mouth.
Yeah, guilty.
Roger Miller told her what Roger Miller said, Ms. Anderson, you were born with a silver foot in your mouth. Oh, bless her heart.
Hey, Vince, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Johnny Russell, maybe a statement and a question too. Johnny Russell always said that he wrote his best songs whenever he was getting a divorce or she was getting a house or something or another, you know. Bill Anderson has written some awfully sad songs too, and I'm wondering, you know, what does it take to turn him on? Because he has turned on and written some tremendous songs, you know. I'd have let a lot of things different, but Mama sang a song, you know. What turns you on? You've gone through a couple of divorces. Does that turn you on? Does that start
Does it turn me on to have gone through a couple of divorces? Well, not exactly, Jimmy.
Does it get the energy flowing, you know, to write again, you know?
I speak Jimmy Brown. I speak Jimmy Brown. You know what he
Well, I
means.
said,
Come on.
I said earlier, you know, I had my heart broken real bad before I came to Nashville. I took water out of that well for a long time. You know, I think the greatest thing that a songwriter can have is empathy, which is to be able to put yourself in somebody else's position. So somebody says, well, have you lived all the songs that you've written? No.
You can't.
Of course, I'd be 700 years old if I had lived them all and have a lot more wrinkles than I do now. But if you can put yourself into somebody else's place when you're trying to write, say, how would somebody else feel about this, or what would touch them? A lot of songs came from that, and a lot of them came from, like I said, from the well of going through something that hurt me pretty bad. But I mean, I've written a lot of happy songs. I can't think of any of them right at the moment.
Wild Weekend.
Vince,
Yes, sir, Larry.
I made Bill cry one time. Years ago.
Was that in San Diego?
This is it. This is it. I'm determined to tell it. A friend of mine had a beautiful hotel in San Diego, and he said, Larry, anytime you want to come stay, you have the presidential suite, no charge. So I called Bill. I said, would you like to go to San Diego? We can go for 10 days or whatever, hang out, do some shopping, and have some fun. He goes, and I said, well, it's free. And so, oh, okay. So here we go. We go to San Diego. We check in. We get into the suite. And it was gorgeous, wasn't it?
Oh, it was. I never saw anything like it.
It was the entire top floor of the hotel. I mean, really beautiful. So I'm getting into the mood of things. And if we're going to be in this beautiful
There were
suite,
girls there, Larry.
yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Larry, what
The
turns
four
you
of
on,
us.
Larry?
The four of us. Now, wait a minute. There are a lot of people that know that can't be right. All right, so we're in there. We got settled in, and I saw a room service menu. Flipped over to the back and it said, hors d'oeuvres, great hors d'oeuvres, unbelievable hors d'oeuvres, wow hors d'oeuvres, whatever. I said, well, for the presidential suite, we got to get the best. So I order. I didn't tell Bill. About 30 minutes, here they came. They're setting all this food up on the table. And if y'all think Bill whispers a lot, Let me tell you, when he looked at that bill for those hors d'oeuvres, his voice was completely gone, and he teared up.
Well, I think I said to about, well, you got the suite, so I'll get the hors d'oeuvres.
That's what he said.
I didn't know you'd ordered $2,000 worth of hors d'oeuvres.
He hung you. He got the suite for free.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We had fun.
I don't think, as you may feel different, but I don't think you can move someone else if you're not moved yourself. Whether it's as a writer or as a performer, if I'm not moved myself, I don't expect how anybody else is going to be. I don't know if you feel that way.
I never thought about that, but I think you're right.
You know?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think country fans especially can tell if you're faking
Phoning
it or
it
not.
in?
Yeah, yeah, I think they can, and I'm glad they can.
Well, yeah.
I'm glad they can because it holds you to a higher standard and makes you want to do your best every time. I've never gone on the stage, and I bet you most everybody in this room is the same way. I've never gone on the stage, but at that moment, that was the most important show I've ever done in my life. They're always that way. And when I sit down to try to write a song, it's the same way. I want to write the very best that I can.
Did you find that over the years, as you became not more successful but more experienced, were you willing to edit yourself, figure out from so much experience of what not to do so much?
Yeah, that's one thing you really learn. You know pretty well. You write 3 or 4 lines of a song, you really know whether you're on the right track or not. You do. I mean, it's just, and I think that does come with experience. I think you write a lot of bad ones sometimes to get to the good one. Yeah.
Well, we were talking earlier about all these great songs, and nobody really hears the ones that aren't that good. Sometimes you put them in the trash can or they never get finished. And I just think that it's as a musician, it's similar too. You spend all this time learning this craft and all the knowledge you can, and then you spend the rest of your life kind of sifting it out, going, what do I really need? How can I say this better with 3 notes or 3 words rather than 6 words? I'm just curious if you were an editor of yourself as time went on.
I think so, definitely. Yeah, and I get more critical the longer I'm around it. Yeah.
Owen Bradley used to say, if you don't get them in the first 8 bars, he said, you won't wait for the chorus.
Yeah.
He said, it's got to be right there.
Yeah.
And that's why he believed in a lot of the titles.
Right.
And Harlan did too. He'd get the title in as often as possible in a song. But that's what Owen said. If he didn't hear something in the first 8 bars, he turned it off. He said he didn't wait for the chorus.
What's your belief in the first line of a song, of its importance?
I think the more unique you can make that first line, and yet not every song is like that.
Sure.
Some songs you got to write them, and it kind of has to build. But I think the more you can hook them with that first line, you got that much more going for you if you can.
We hadn't heard from Jeannie Seeley in a while. What are you doing over there, pal?
Well, worrying right now. I'm going to do a song that Bill wrote that I recorded in an album. And I wish that I would have followed my first intuition and asked if we could have moved this up while Charlie Louvin was still here, because this was a big hit for Charlie Louvin. And I was told that we were just hoping Charlie could be here and that he wouldn't feel like singing. So I asked if I could do this song, because when I recorded on the album, I called Charlie, took all the courage I could get to ask Charlie if he would even consider coming and singing on my album, because I've always been such a Louvin brother fan. When my brother was trying to teach me to sing harmony, we would listen to the Louvin brothers and also to Skeeter Davis. But anyway, so I'm saddened that Charlie got to feeling bad and couldn't leave. So I know the song, but I'm going to take my crutch with me.
Atta girl.
And I hope maybe you can picture what it would sound like when Charlie sang the harmony with me. And Charlie, I know you'll be watching this, and we miss you right now. never have his lips seem so sweet. He's gone away and won't be back forever. Think I'll go somewhere and cry myself to sleep. I'll go somewhere and cry myself to sleep. Not because I'm sad, but 'cause I'm weak. I can't stand the thought of life alone without him. Think I'll go somewhere and cry myself to sleep. Just before he said goodbye, he called me darling. Then slowly ran his fingers down my cheek. I thought I'd die when he said he still loved me. Think I'll go somewhere and cry myself to sleep. I'll go somewhere and cry myself to sleep. Not because I'm sad, but 'cause I'm weak. I can't stand the thought of life alone without him. I think I'll go somewhere and cry myself to sleep. Think I'll go somewhere and cry myself to sleep.
There was your great first line right there.
I just kissed the one I love for the last time.
I'll
Great
get your
first line.
attention.
Great first line.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bill, we're talking about 50 years of a great career, and that longevity is as much to do with your willingness to embrace young people, your willingness to take some of the great young songwriters and champion them, write songs with them. And I know you mentioned Jamie Johnson here earlier, one of the great young guys that has come to town with the great gift. And also John Randall is here. And talk about your willingness to invest in some of these young guys.
Well, let me preface this by saying that we talked about co-writing earlier, and I said I had done very little of it. The first young, new co-writing star that I ever had a chance to write with was this man sitting next to me. I was very intimidated. I've told this story before. I was intimidated by writing with somebody from the next generation. I didn't know if I could do it. He may look at me and say there's an old dinosaur or whatever, but you were so kind to me the 2 days we got together and wrote songs that it gave me confidence to want to go out and meet some of the other young people and to try and write with them. I learned as much or more from you and from John and from Jamie and other people as you'd ever learn from me. I mean, it's different. There's kind of different rules today, and you write a little bit from different perspectives. But I love it. It energizes me to be around you, to be around Jamie, to be around John, and other people like that. I get so much positive energy from young people and from their musical ideas and their taste. John Randall is one of the most incredible musicians and singers and everything. I mean, it's just, I don't know why John's not the biggest star in country music, because he sure has the talent to be. And well, I mean that, man. And here we go in the room, and John, we'd written a few songs before we wrote Whiskey Lullaby, hadn't we?
We sure did.
We'd written a song called Cold Coffee Morning that you recorded, and a few other things.
Yep.
And we go in this day to write this. I mean, we both. He was coming out of a terrible experience in his life, and that's what spawned the mood and the feeling for Whiskey Lullaby. But here was a guy from this new generation, and everybody's saying, okay, you got to write up-tempo songs, you got to write positive love songs, and so we write a double suicide, murder, drinking song. And God love him, he wasn't afraid to do it, and by fact, he wasn't afraid to do it, he made me not afraid to do it. And we did it.
And Bill's still the only guy I write with that's not afraid to write a double suicide drinking song.
That's country music, ain't it, John?
No, it is. It is. And I'll tell you, you're talking about the generational thing, and we were writing. I'm going to tell the story. We were writing with Brad Paisley. Bill and I were writing with Brad Paisley one day.
I know what you're going to tell.
And we're getting ready to. We've been working on this song, and of course, Brad's hooked up to the millennia. He's got every computer and gadget and iPhone, everything you could want. And he's got all his computer stuff out, and he's typing everything in, and he's recording everything on his little computer GarageBand stuff. And Bill pulls out one of those ancient old tape players, the little one that we've been using for years, the cassette player.
Yeah.
And in his pen and paper, and he gets it out, and pencil and paper. And Brad looks up and he goes, wow, pencil and paper, when did you quit using a chisel and stone?
You left out the key word. You said, hey, Moses.
Hey, Moses.
Yeah. When did you?
Oh, yeah.
Bill came right back. He picked up his pencil and pad and he said, this has never crashed.
That's great.
But John, speaking for our generation, the truth of it is, it's great to hear him pay great compliments. But I know for my case, and I would bet the farm from yours, you want to go to the well from where great country songs were really authentic, and they were written in the day of that language that was spoke, those changes that were done, the melodies that were written. There are very few great melodies written these days. And we came to you because we wanted to learn something.
Yeah.
That's just the truth.
And learn something every time, too.
Yeah.
Every time we sit
You learn
down.
how not to do it.
Yeah, right. Wrong.
Wrong answer, sir. After the jukebox says, no, thank you. Nice try. John, would you do a little bit of that peppy little...
Let's kill some people, you want to?
Mid-chart.
On behalf of undertakers everywhere, thank you.
I'm gonna get my wife Jessie Alexander to sing harmony up here too. Thanks, buddy.
Put him out like the burning end of a midnight cigarette. she broke his heart. He spent his whole life trying to forget. We watched him drink his pain away a little at a time, but he never could get drunk enough to get her off his mind until the night he put that bottle to his head and pulled the trigger. It finally blew away her memory. Life is short, this time it was bigger than the strength he had to get up off his knees. We found him with his face down in the pillow, with a note that said, I'll love her till I die. And when we buried him beneath the willow, the angels sang a whiskey lullaby. La 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 la. Rumors flew, but nobody knew how much she blamed herself for years and years. She tried to hide the whiskey on her breath. She finally drank her pain away a little at a time, but she never could get drunk enough to get him off her mind until the night she put that bottle to her head and pulled the trigger. It finally blew away his memory. Life is short, this time it was bigger than the strength she had to get up off her knees. We found her with her face down in the pillow, clinging to his picture for dear life. We laid her next to him beneath the willow, while the angels sang a whiskey lullaby. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Wow. Yes.
Okay, who wrote that first line? I've always, since the first time I heard that song, said, who wrote the first line?
The man himself.
Yeah, that's
Well,
a wonderful,
when we got
incredible-
together, thank you. When we got together that day, you go in and you say, well, you got an idea, something. And I said, yeah, I've been kicking around the idea of writing a song called Midnight Cigarette. And I said, the thought would be that the love went out like the burning end of a midnight cigarette or something. He said, I really like that. And he got to fooling around with it. And then all of a sudden he comes up with, put the bottle to his head and pulled the trigger.
God,
I said,
yeah.
forget about the midnight cigarette. The idea was obviously the whiskey lullaby, but he was kind enough to leave the midnight cigarette line in there and let it be the opening line of the song.
Talk about a textbook opening line, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is.
Great song.
Wow.
Great song.
Y'all did good.
Yeah.
You did pretty good yourself.
John, did you?
It sounded great.
You didn't really believe in that song at the time we wrote it, did you? Because I'm not sure either one of us really believed in it.
I remember thinking that day, this is one of my favorite songs I've ever written. It will never get recorded.
Yeah.
And this was at a time, Vince, I know you really remember this, but we wrote that in 98, I think.
I was just going to say, how long?
April of 98. And right during that time, country radio was in this thing where they wouldn't sing about drinking at all. They were not playing. There was this phase. I remember RCA trying to get me to change the lyrics to some songs. Because, I like drinking songs, and it's like, and half the record, I was like, how am I going to, you can't do that, But it was during that time, and especially with the double suicide in the middle of it, I figured no one will ever record this. And
Bill, they didn't for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, I know, but I kept trying to talk Bill out of demoing it. I said, it's a waste of money, And he called me from the fire hall one day, and he had some players down there ready to demo it. So I showed up over there and we sang it. And I thought, man, nobody's ever going to record this song. So, but he knows and I don't. And that's a lesson learned. Just shut up and follow the man.
Right. Well, people probably don't believe this, but the original people that first considered recording that before Brad and Allison did it, the original people that only people that showed any interest in it was the Dixie Chicks.
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah. And then, of course, that whole thing kind of blew up, and Brad stepped in and asked if he could record it. And give Brad the credit for coming up with the idea to put Allison on the record.
Yeah.
Yeah, who better
Because we
than a
did not write
bluegrasser?
it that way.
What's that?
Wow.
You need a good bluegrasser if you're going to kill somebody.
Yeah, you do. Well put.
Thank you, sir.
The video had a lot to do with the success of that song, too.
You think?
The video that Rick Schroeder produced, yeah. Because I think it cleared, I was having people ask me, did he kill himself? Did he drink himself? What, and I think the video cleared that up for a lot of people.
Did the video portray the song as you intended it?
I think it did. Did you, John? What did you think the first time you saw the video?
I thought it was really interesting. I'll keep it short, but there's a great story about that they were not going to do a video for it. And Chandra LaPlume had met Rick Schroeder on some other thing they were working on. And he was asking her about how you write a treatment for a music video. And she just said, this is my favorite song. Just write me a treatment just as practice. I want to see what you would do. And so he wrote that treatment and gave it to her, and she thought it was great. So she gave it to Joe Galante. And then he took it to Brad and said, we have to do this. This is a great treatment. And Schroeder wants to do it. He might have not taken any money. He might have did it for the experience of it, So I thought it was really interesting,
Yeah.
And there's another interesting thing too is Allison wanted to change that one line in the chorus because she didn't feel comfortable singing "Blew Away Her Memory."
Yes, because we wrote it that way. We
wrote
finally
it,
blew away her memory.
We went as dark as we could,
Yeah.
And she changed that line, but.
Drank away, yeah.
Yeah. The checks were the same.
That's what Harlan used to say. He'd say, you can change any words you want. He said, just don't misspell my name on the check.
That's right.
Well, we have another great bluegrass singer in our midst, but she's also as equal lover and as equally talented as a traditional country singer. Rhonda Vincent is with us here today.
Hi, Vince.
How you doing,
and hey,
pal?
Bill.
I know you love traditional country music and have recorded plenty of it, and it's some of the neatest stuff going. And you're obviously one of the greatest and most visible stars in bluegrass these days, and all that. But you still, I know you have a pretty tender spot in your heart for
the real deal country music stuff.
Well, growing up, when I was 5, we had a television show and a radio show, made our first recording with my family, and it was the music we were doing was considered country music, even though Dad might play a banjo, and he learned to play the banjo by listening to the Grand Ole Opry. Tuned it in A, he couldn't see that Earl had a capo on. So,
how many strings did he break?
No, it's still tuned to this day.
Really? Never broke
he
a
still
string?
has his Gibson banjo, and it's tuned in, and we sang really high, so he just kept it that way, even when he discovered it. But just always grew up, singing country songs, and my Aunt Catherine sang like Kitty Wells, and we would sing Bill Anderson songs, and I feel like I've grown up with you, Bill. So you're just part of the family, and a special treat for me to be here today. And I also have a message for you. I recently performed over in Virginia, and a lady came up to me and she started talking to me about Bill Anderson and how that she came to your show and she told her husband that you are the only man that she would leave him for. Well, this has been many years ago, and she wanted to let you know he is now deceased and she is available.
I think that's the idea for another double suicide drinking song right there.
But her name is Louise, and she's in Virginia, and I promised her I'd give you that message. I didn't know I was going to do it right here, but I thought you might like to know that.
Trying to get you hooked up.
Did you give her his address or anything?
No, I didn't, but you can write her, Bill. You can write her. Is it BillAnderson.com? I am an internet junkie, so
Yes,
I love
you
that.
are.
There's nothing more special than getting email from your heroes, and I think that's a wonderful thing.
We have swapped a few back and forth.
We have indeed. And I have to tell you, I have extreme anxiety. I had to take my jacket off from singing this song for only the second time in my life, but it's really fun for me. And do you want me to head that way?
Anytime
I got to go
you
get
want.
a
No,
guitar.
we're nowhere.
I love those bright lights and country music. I won't sit around and cry tonight like every night before. I just learned that I don't really need you anymore. I found a little place downtown where girls like me can go. They've got bright lights and country music. Bright lights and country music. A bottle and a glass. Soon I'll be forgetting that there ever was a past. And when everybody asks me just how I forget so fast, I'll sing bright lights and country music. Table by the bandstand, a bottle filled with wine. Honky tonks were made for girls with loving on their mind. Nothing else can take away this loneliness of mine. Bright lights and country music. A bottle and a glass. Soon I'll be forgetting that there ever was a past. And when everybody asks
so fast. I'll say bright lights and country music. Yes, I'll say bright lights and bluegrass music.
You can sing any kind of music.
That's great. Good job, Ron. You know, that's considered your theme song, isn't it, at the Opry? And I love every night. I finally asked him after years and years and years of hearing you say, "Good night, Jaybird," every time when they were shuffling off the bill. And I finally asked you what that was about. And I'd love for you to tell everybody else why you say that every night.
Well, a lot of them probably know the story, but yeah, when I sign off my Opry spot, I just do the one line and I say good night to the announcer and good night, Jaybird. It started back in the mid '80s when my son was 6 years old. His name is Jamie, and I always called him Jaybird from the time he was born, just about. And you might remember his mother was in a real bad automobile wreck when he was 6 years old, and for a long period of time, I kind of had to be his mama and his daddy and take care of a lot of things that I hadn't been all that used to taking care of. And it became a real tradition with us at night that during the week I would tuck him in bed and tell him good night before he went to sleep. And of course, take him to school the next day and everything. Well, the first time I went to the Opry, on a Saturday night after his mother's wreck, and he was at home with the babysitter. I got home about 1 o'clock in the morning, and he was sitting up in the bed wide awake. And I said, "What are you doing awake?" He said, "You didn't tell me good night." Because I wasn't there to tell him good night. So, I tucked him in, told him good night. So I said, "Okay, the next time I'm on the Grand Ole Opry, I'll tell you good night on the radio. And will you go to sleep?" He said, "Yeah, I'll go to sleep." So the next night I was on, I just said goodnight, Jaybird, and got home, and he was sound asleep. Oh, he wouldn't go to sleep until I told him goodnight. That's great. The second part of that story is what's so special to me. I mean, that's special, but he went off to school. He went to college up in Indiana. And when he would get homesick at night, he told me, midnight, sometimes he'd go out and sit in his car parked outside the dormitory at college just to hear me say goodnight to Jaybird. But my favorite part, he became an airline pilot, and he flew for Delta for 5 years. And he told me one night that he was flying a DC-9 jet flying over Cincinnati, Ohio. They can turn on the AM radio. He turned on WSM at 30,000 feet over Cincinnati and heard me say goodnight, Jaybird.
Oh, that's good.
I'll say it the rest of my life.
He didn't fall asleep, did he?
Didn't fall asleep flying the plane. I hope not.
You're invited to the party, celebrating 50 years of unprecedented success in the country music industry. Bill Anderson has written more songs and had more songs recorded than any other country music writer in history, and that's something to celebrate. So we invited all of his friends, cooked us up a big old cake, and tried to do this celebration right. Hosted by Vince Gill, this collection features many of Bill's biggest hits, so we're glad you chose to attend this bash. For one of country music's true legends, welcome to Bill Anderson's 50th anniversary celebration.
Old Bobby Bear's here today, one of my favorite human beings on this planet.
All right.
They don't get any cooler than you, Bobby Bear.
Oh, come on, Vince.
I love you.
You don't have to butter up to me, buddy.
No. You're one of my favorites. You did a duet years ago with Roseanne Cash.
Yes, I did.
And I was Roseanne's guitar player way back in the day, and I love Bobby Bear, but every time he would turn up, it'd mean I wouldn't get to sing it. And I was always crushed when Bear would come up. And that was my big feature number, getting to sing with Rose. But another great songwriter, here to pay tribute to you. Great to have you here, pal.
I love Bobby Bear. One of the best television shows that was ever done.
The best.
Was Bobby Bear and Friends, wasn't that what it was called?
Yeah.
On TNN.
Oh, thank you very
Fabulous
much.
television show.
The band Pulley Bone.
The Bully Bone.
That's right.
Yeah.
We went to Belize to do a show once. I introduced my band, said Bully Bone. He said, and he laughed, said, Bully Bone, yeah. He took it wrong. No, I'll tell you what, I am, of course, a Bill Anderson fan, always have been. But as he has come along in the last 5, 6, 10 years, he's grown so much and he's got so much more depth and wisdom into his songs that I'm now I told Bill to his face, I said, Bill, I am a real huge fan now. I'm just a full-blown Bill Anderson fan.
Thank you.
And he's going to go down. He's not done yet.
Amen.
He got a long way to go. But he's getting, no, I actually, Bill, I think you're getting better and better and better as you go
Hell,
along.
it's taken him 40 years to apply himself.
I know.
Thank you.
But nobody can write a song like Bill Anderson.
Coming from you, I appreciate that because I know how close you were to Shel Silverstein, who's one of the greatest songwriters that ever lived. And I know you're really close with Harlan and Waylon and Willie. And
With all the songwriters, songwriters who I like to hang out with, I always have. I never hang out with stars. I hang out with songwriters because they're more entertaining, they're more funny, they're brighter, they're everything that it takes to write songs. You know, you got to be alert to everything that's going on around you, aware of what's happening. And of course, Bill Anderson is all of that.
I sing quite often at the Opry and other places. I do a song that you wrote, the God Bless America Again, which is a timeless, timeless song.
It's a patriotic song.
Yeah.
It was the last song Ray Charles recorded before he died.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell the story. No, tell the story, because you wrote God Bless America Again. Irving Berlin wrote God Bless America, and you got a letter from Irving Berlin, but what you wrote back to him is one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
Well,
tell
I
that
got
story.
a cease and desist and whatever from the big bank of attorneys from Irving Berlin, and I wrote him back and I said, you're going to love my next song. It's called I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas Again. And I never heard it more. I probably heard anybody that crazy. I don't want to fool with it.
That's a great comeback.
That's the end of that.
Did you cut loose on one of Bill's greats?
Well, I'll give it a whirl.
That'd be awesome.
The one I'm going to sing has got a big high note on it on the front. And Lord knows I'm not a high note singer.
Well, me and Jimmy will help you out.
Voice is going to cover you. All right, kids, drown me out on that first high They're not teardrops, just sincere drops. They're I love you drops, 'cause I love you. They were on my pillow when I woke up this morning. They were on the letter I tried all day to write, and just a little while ago I saw them falling on your picture as I kissed it goodnight. I love you drops, I miss you drops, hurry home drops, you've been gone so long drops, never knew this heart could hurt like it hurts for you. Never lived so many lifetimes in 1 week. Why don't you come back the way you said you would, and kiss these little crystals off my cheek? I love you, drops. I miss you, drops. Hurry home, drops. You've been gone so long, drops. And they're not teardrops, just sincere drops that say I'm lonesome, 'cause I love you.
Good job, Bob.
Talk about another unique voice.
Yeah.
That one,
That's
no
right.
doubt who that is either, is it?
I was just thinking that he's another one that can take a song and suddenly, I don't care who recorded it before, then it's a Bobby Bear song when he does it.
You know what? I was thinking of something a minute ago. I'm sure everybody else has heard this. I heard one time. If you want everybody to listen, whisper. Anderson's the only one who took that serious. He's built a whole career on that concept. We all heard it.
You heard what she told me one night when I came in the backstage at the Opry. She was standing back there, and I came in. I was fighting a little bug, you know, and I said, hey, I'm hoarse. And she said, how can you tell?
You know, Bill is probably the first of the educated, intelligent songwriters to hit Nashville, first wave. Later on came Christopherson, Rhodes Scott.
Yeah.
Bill came out with a bright array of city lights.
There you go.
Nobody has ever written array in a hillbilly song before.
Array Price.
Some more of those college woods he threw in there, and not city lights. So very intelligent. Bill is an extremely intelligent person, which it takes that, in my opinion, to write great songs.
Did you go to college?
Yeah, but I didn't tell anybody up here for a long time because, like Bobby said, when I came here, most of the people that were here ahead of me had come here straight out of small towns, off the farms. They had not had the opportunity to go to school. Now, I worked my way through school as a disc jockey on the radio station, but I was able to go to school and graduate. But outside of Roger Miller and Buddy Killen, I don't think anybody in town knew it, and I wouldn't even talk about it for several years because I was afraid everybody would think, well, he thinks he's a smart aleck or he thinks he's better than us, and that was not the case at all. But I felt like I had to kind of prove myself.
You know, Mary Chapin Carpenter used to talk about that. She went to Brown University, and she says, I get so tired of everybody thinking I'm real smart because I went to Brown's.
Yeah.
She was real smart, but I see what you mean. It kind of could paint you in a light maybe you didn't want to be.
Yeah, no, I did not want to be painted in that light or put into that corner at all.
Well, you put that to rest with Phil Mannaner.
Nobody ever accused me of being intelligent after that, did they? Thank you.
Well, we talked earlier about being supportive of young songwriters and seeing young people that have that gift. And Jamie Johnson is here with us today, and I know you guys have a little history together and wrote the CMA Song of the Year, Give It Away together.
With Buddy Cannon.
And Buddy as well. Sorry, Buddy. But talk about getting to know Jamie just a little bit, how that collaboration came about.
what a talent, what a mind, what a. People ask me to talk about Jamie a lot, and because they know that we're friends and we do have this history together. Jamie has got such a grasp of what this whole thing is about. He's got such a history with it from coming from down in Hank Williams country around Montgomery, Alabama, and he's just he can be the leader. He can hold the flag and the torch up here and be the leader for the whole next generation, just based on his talent and his understanding. Let me tell you a story that I think typifies Jamie Johnson as a writer, and he's a great singer and a great performer and all, but it's his songs that are so good. Buddy and Jamie and I had booked a couple of days to get together to write, and Jamie came in the first morning, and he said, "Guys, I want to write a song where the first line is exactly the same as the last line, but they mean two different things." And Buddy and I sat there and said, "Huh? Say what?" and he kept fooling, and we didn't quite get to it. But he that idea was burning in his head, to write a song with the first line and the same line being the same, but they didn't mean the same. The next day he came in with this big grin on his face, and he said, "I've got it." And the song was called, and it's not been recorded yet, well, maybe recorded, but I don't think it's been released. And the song is called "Nothing Is Better Than You." The first time he sings it, it's, nothing is better than you. You are the best. And then the relationship falls apart, and it's, hey, nothing is better than you. And it's the same line, and that's the kind of mind this guy has got. And it's frightening sometimes.
Jamie, the accolades are really, they're fun to watch. I just read a piece in the New York Times about Jamie, and he seems to be the bright star of the torch of so many guys like Willie and Waylon and Bear and you and these guys that really gets it. And Jamie, thanks for being here today.
Wouldn't have missed it.
Oh, man. It's just so much fun. It's just so much fun. Songwriting, it's not work when you go in the room with somebody that's just creative and got the mind that he has.
What was that like for you, Jamie? Was it one of your first times to write with someone of a legendary status?
I saw Moses break out the legal pad and the pencil. And I knew something was fixing to go down here today. And I'd been looking forward to writing with him for so long. I just didn't know what to write. And the first time we wrote was "Give It Away."
Was that the first one?
It was the first song
Pretty
we
good
wrote.
start.
We'll have to do it again sometime. We've written quite a few things since then. I'm honored that the title song of your latest album is one that you and I wrote together, the guitar song.
That's Bill and I and Vicky McGee, we sat down at the firehouse one day to write, and Bill and I decided we'd tell our stories in this song to each other from the perspective of the guitars hanging on the wall of a pawn shop. A couple of old guitars that have been kind of put away that, got a little past and a little future and just no present. And that's what the guitar song was as a song, and kind of is as an album. But the best stuff is to come. Buddy and I went out to Knoxville and watched Bill puke over the side of a rail at a cabin for a few hours, and in between episodes, he'd come back in with pure brilliance. I've never seen anybody barf their way into more lyrics and ideas for songs than Bill Anderson.
Well, let me fill in the blanks.
A lot of people don't know that he's allergic to shellfish.
Which there's a lot of Phil.
I got over, we went to Gatlinburg, and we rented this log cabin, and we're going to sit there and write for 3 days, me and Buddy and Jamie. And the first night, I got there early, and I went and got the keys and got the place opened up and all, and they came in, and everybody was hungry, so we went out to eat, and I guess I got something that did not work too well, and so
There's a huge shrub growing in front of that cabin right
It's bigger now than it was then.
but I got really, really sick, and they were sitting in there. I could hear them in there writing the song. It was like, would you shut up out there? We're trying to write. And I'm sick.
You had to get healed up so you could get a third, didn't you? Attaboy.
Funniest thing that happened that whole week, though, and I don't mean to embarrass Jamie. Buddy's wife, Billy, had gone down. It was like a costume shop. Is that where she'd gone? And I don't know, but Jamie had the bedroom on the bottom floor, and Buddy had the bedroom on the middle floor, and I had the bedroom up top. So Buddy and I come down the next morning and get some coffee, and Jamie hadn't come up yet, and Buddy breaks out. His wife had bought these little goatees, and Buddy and I put them on. And Jamie comes up to writing, and there's 3 Jamie Johnsons sitting around the room with the hair. You took that in good stride, though. It was just for fun.
Well, as long as we got it on the internet, it was all right.
Jamie, would you sing Give It Away for us?
Love to.
Be great. Song of the year.
Yeah.
I'm going to sing with you.
Oh, cool.
When we wrote this song, we called in Les over here to come in and help us with the acoustic. And that's all we did was made one acoustic and vocal version of it. And Les played this opening line of it. She was storming through the house that day. I could tell she was leaving. But I thought, all hell, she'll be back. Till she turned around and pointed at that wall and said, that picture from our honeymoon, that night in Frisco Bay, just give it away. Just give it away. That big 4-poster king-size bed where all our love was made, just give it away. Just give it away. Just give it away. Ain't nothing in this house worth fighting over. Oh, we're both tired of fighting anyway. Just give it away. So anyway, I tried to move on, but it seemed like every woman that I hold just keeps reminding me of that day when the picture, when she was wide open. She flung her diamond ring, said, give it away. Just give it away. I said, now honey, don't you even want your half of everything? She said, give it away. Just give it away. Just give it away. Ain't nothing in this house worth fighting over. Oh, we're both tired of fighting anyway. Just give it away. back here where she left me. Along with all this other stuff she don't care about anymore. Like the picture from our honeymoon. That night in Frisco Bay, she said, give it away. But I can't give it away. That big four-poster king-size bed where all our love was made, she said, give it away, but I can't give it away. Now I've got a furnished house and a diamond ring and a lonely broken heart full of love, and I can't even give it away.
Thank you, James.
You know, a lot of people think because of the recitations and all that it was my idea for the little talking part, but it was Buddy's. It was Buddy's idea to do the little talking parts. That had.
I just thought you forgot.
I hadn't forgotten. No, I wasn't sure. You know, the day we wrote that, I wasn't really sure that, that anybody would want to record it with that talking part in there. But I think it was part of what made it. Was a very smart idea on your part. You write songs and you sit there and you look back on them later. You remember how we debated about whether to say flung her diamond ring or not? Do you say flung? She flung her diamond ring. We went back and forth. We spent 30 minutes trying to decide whether she flung that ring or not.
That's past tense for fling.
Fling, flang, flung.
George Strait didn't have any problem with that, did he?
No, he didn't. Bless his heart.
If George Strait likes a song, he sings it exactly the way the demo is, the way the guy wrote it. He doesn't change anything.
What about that that he did?
I think he added that.
He did add the but we didn't give him part of the song.
He didn't puke.
Well, I can personally say it's been an honor for me to get to write a few songs with you over the years, and I appreciate what you said earlier about that. And I remember when we hooked up, and it's interesting how when you write songs, you're just trying to find common ground. You're trying to find something that you can both, that will speak to you. And we were going through some titles. I had a few things, you had a few things, and I remember I was so drawn to, you had a verse of Which Bridge to Cross. And the first line you had was, I've got two loves in my life now, a true love and one that's brand new. And man, at the time, that destroyed me.
And I didn't know it.
No, of course not. But like I said, you never know what somebody else is going to respond to. I was in a marriage that was, not the greatest thing in the world, and I'd met Amy and we had this connection, but I just went, I don't think I ever see this in any other light other than just, oh well, and man, did that spoke to me and was so inspiring for me to want to jump on that and say, I know how this feels right now. And it was an honor to write that song with you. And I sing it most times when we're on the Opry together.
You've done that a lot, and it's very kind of you.
And sometimes I forget the words and crawl under the stage and whisper them to me as loud as you can. But Jim Ed Brown is here today. I hadn't heard a lot from Brother Jim Ed.
I'm learning too much. I'm listening.
You've got as much history with Bill as just about anybody in this room. You've probably been there as many years as Bill has at the Opry, and awful lot of history together.
First time I met Bill Anderson, Hubert Long was my booking agent, and of course Hubert was also booking Bill, and he booked a date for us together. And Hubert said, why don't you get on the bus and ride with Bill? Well, Bill didn't ask me to go on the bus and ride with him, but I did anyway. And Bill got in his back room, and he didn't come out. I didn't see Bill the whole trip. But that, except on stage. But that was the beginning. You know what? I haven't recorded many of his songs. I did a song called Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, and it might have been the beginning and the end, both, you know, of my recording his songs. But Bill is, to me, is one of the most prolific songwriters that has ever come to Nashville, Tennessee. And I've told him this before, you know, but Bill and I, we do some shows together and all, and I thoroughly enjoy working with Bill. Because he's not only is he a great host, we're talking about most of his songs now that he has written, but he's also a great host. You know, he has hosted television, but we do these country family reunion shows around the country, and there could never be a more genuine host that, you know, that loves and listens to and enjoys being there than Bill Anderson. He's a great friend.
We do have a lot of fun on those.
We have it.
And I love you and Helen and Celie are on so many of them, and T. Graham's going to be doing some, Jimmy Fortune, and Mary Lou's done some, and other people around the room will be doing some in the future if they haven't already. Jan has been. It's fun to take the family reunion show out on the road. And,
it is that.
It's amazing how many people come up to us and tell us they watch it. It's wonderful.
Well, I think like I said earlier, there's an audience out there that loves and reveres all this music that this room has made, and they're out there, and this is one of the neatest ways I've ever seen to find them. What are you going to sing for us, Jim Ed?
Let me do one that's going to take you back to about 1961 or 2, I guess it was, whenever Bill wrote this one. He may have been lonely again. I don't know at that time. This is called I Missed Me, How I Missed Me. Last night was the worst night of my life, no doubt. While I stayed at home, someone else took you out. I cried 'cause I love you with all of my might, and I miss me, how I missed me at your house last night. I miss holding hands, walking out on the lawn. I miss your sweet kiss that was mine for so long. Were you happy with new arms wrapped around you so tight? Did you miss me like I missed you at your house last night? Listen to that band. Did the neighbors say they saw anything strange? Like a new car that's parked in the drive for a change. Did they notice when he kissed you beneath the porch light? Did they miss me, how I missed me at your house last night? I miss holding hands, walking out on the lawn. I miss your sweet kiss that was mine for so long. Were you happy with new arms wrapped around you so tight? Did you miss me, how I missed me at your house last night?
Thank you, Jim man.
Sounds a lot like Jim Reeves.
He does. Do you get that all the time? The
What's that?
Similarity of your voice and Jim Reeves?
A lot, yeah. And I think that's great. You know,
Yeah.
I thought Jim was a great artist, great stylist,
Yeah,
great friend too.
His records were, that's all we played, my mom and dad. My dad was biggest Jim Reeves freak in the world. And I just,
Well,
I
they
always,
picked a good one.
Yeah, it's a great one. Hey, Mike, that was some awesome steel playing over there. Make me wiggling in my seat.
You know where he's from?
Huh?
You know where he's from?
Where? Where are you from?
Oh.
Hometown?
Place Jamie is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's been up here a lot longer than he has. Montgomery, Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Mighty Hank is down there. It's a great story. We went to see Hank's grave one time, a bunch of us, and there was a drummer in the band that's from Northeast, and Hank's tombstone has a lot of his a bunch of song titles on that. The guy was looking, he goes, "Man, what a bunch of great songs. This is incredible." He goes, "I don't know this one though, Call-Liga." Call-Liga for Kalijah.
Oh, that's great. You were talking about reading the Buck Owens book, which I had been reading, and there's a reference to that song. Actually, I think the reference is something to do with Charlie Pride, and said sang the great Hank Williams song Elijah.
We can get them screwed up, can't we? Titles and the words, and that's some great stuff. You know, Mo Bandy's here, good Texas man.
Mm-hmm.
Over there, I saw something. Great to have you here.
Good to be here. I tell you, it's a thrill to be here, and I've sat back and listened to these great songs. And like when I came to town, Bill was already a superstar, and I have so much admiration for his talent and his, not only that, but I worked some shows with him years ago, Bill. We did a couple things, these big package shows. And I thought, wow, what a great entertainer. And then to be able to write these great songs, it's just a pleasure to be here, and I'm thrilled to death to be in this crowd. I tell you, it's amazing. The emotion from these songs is just unbelievable. And I think that's what we all deal in, is emotions. We try to touch people's emotions, whether they make them happy or sad or whatever. But the emotions in our music and through these songs that Bill has written is just unbelievable. And I'm proud to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for being
Really
here.
proud to be here.
Mo Bandy recorded the only song Mary Lou Turner and I ever wrote together.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Called All the Beer and All My Friends Are Gone.
That's right. Yeah. I sure did. That was a good song.
Thank you.
Good song. I got one here today I was wanting to do.
Great.
And of Bill's. And I was going to ask you one thing, Bill. What were you thinking on this song? Lord knows I'm drinking. Is this a personal story? Do you know a lady like this?
No, not really, but to make a long story short, I was having dinner with my wife at a little restaurant one night back in the mid-'70s, and the restaurant was right across the street from the church that we attended. And we are sitting there prior to the meal, and we're each having a glass of wine, and we look up, and the preacher and two or three of the big wigs from the church came walking in the door. So I said to Becky, I said, should we, there was a big menu on the table. I said, should we hide our wine glasses behind the menu?
Yeah.
She said, what for? The Lord knows I'm drinking. I said, excuse me.
Thanks, honey.
Dinner was over.
Well, I was wondering what the story was on that. But I'd like to do it if I could. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna hold these words out. Thank you, Vince, for starting that out.
You bet.
I appreciate that. Glad you did that. But it's one of my favorite songs, and I'm so glad I got to sing it. I hope I can do it justice here. Hello, Mrs. Johnson, you self-righteous woman.
Sunday school teacher, what brings you out slumming? Do you reckon the preacher would approve where you are? Standing here visiting with a backsliding Christian in a neighborhood bar. Well, yes, that's my bottle. Yes, that's my glass. And I see you're eyeballing this pretty young lass. It ain't none of your business, but yes, she's with me. And we don't need no sermon, you self-righteous woman, just let us be. Oh, the Lord knows I'm drinking and running around, and He don't need your loud mouth informing the town. Yes, the Lord knows I'm sinning, and sinning ain't right. But me and the good Lord's gonna have us a good talk later tonight. Goodbye, Mrs. Johnson, you self-righteous biddy. Well, I don't need your preaching, and I don't need your pity. So go back to whatever you hypocrites do. When I talk to heaven, be nice and I'll put in a good word for you. Well, the Lord knows I'm drinking and running around, and He don't need your loud mouth informing the town. Oh, the Lord knows I'm sinning, and sinning ain't right. But me and the good Lord's gonna have us a good talk later tonight. Yeah, we are. But me and the good Lord's gonna have us a good talk later tonight.
I love the story you just told about. I was wondering, that's what I meant by what were you thinking. But it's very interesting how you wrote that. I was wondering how that come about. Thank you.
That's got to be the only country song that anybody ever called anyone a biddy. A self-righteous biddy. I love that.
And that's a great example of how that first line gets you.
Oh, yeah.
Good. Hello, Mrs. Johnson, you self-righteous woman. If you ain't gonna listen to the rest of that, I mean, you're just crazy.
How did you get that to Cal Smith?
That was another one that took a long time to get recorded. I'm talking about Whiskey Lullaby taking a long time because a lot of people were really scared of that. Charlie Walker was having all those big hits back in those days with those up-tempo waltzes, you know, like Don't Squeeze My Charmin and several of those kinds. So I pitched it to Charlie Walker first, and he was on RCA at the time, and for some reason they wouldn't let him do it. And then when Cal Smith finally did it, they would not put it out as a single until the public just demanded that it come out as a single. It was one of those things, you know, you write something like that that's just off the wall and people just they're scared of it.
Yeah. Do you find that some of your songs, it takes a while for them to land in the right place at the right time?
Yeah.
I know one of our songs that we wrote together, it took a long time for it to finally find its way. I tried to record it several times. You and I wrote it. It's called The Cold Gray Light of Gone, and with Otto. And I like that story because we finished writing this song, Bill and I, and he called me afterwards and he said, hey, I've just meant, I didn't tell you this, but the idea that I got for that song was from Otto Kitzinger. And he worked out at the Opry forever, and everybody knows him, and sweetest man ever. And Bill says, and I didn't tell you that before we wrote the song, but I want you to know, I said, I'll just give him half of my half. And I said, no, we'll just split it in thirds. Was there ever a time where the song splits were weird? other than if there's three guys in the room, it's straight thirds. You know what I mean? I've seen people and heard stories of people saying, I did 9 lines, you did 4, therefore I want X percentage, things like that. Was there any of that in the day? I mean, I know you didn't do a lot of co-writing, like you said earlier, but it was probably a dumb question, I guess.
No, I don't remember that ever coming up, with any of my songs. But I do remember. I was afraid that if I told you that that the idea had come somewhere else, maybe we got to split it in thirds, that you wouldn't have wanted to do it. So I said, I'll be glad to give him half of my half. And then you were very, very generous. And eventually recorded the song and did a wonderful. Finally turned it into like a bluegrass type song.
A bluegrass waltz with Del McCurry, and found a home.
Bill, is there a song that just absolutely got cut immediately?
Oh goodness, I'm sure there have been. That happened a lot more back in the older days. You'd write one on Thursday and go play it for Owen or Chet on Friday, and they'd cut it on Monday or Tuesday of next week. It was so much of a faster thing back then, when you were just cutting for singles, especially. I don't remember what the fastest one was. I'm sure I probably cut some myself, that I wrote, and probably wasn't a long time between the time I wrote them and the time they were recorded.
Things are a lot different now. Everybody takes forever to make the records, takes forever to find the...
Well, instead of going in to cut singles as we did, we'd cut singles and we'd get enough singles and we'd put out an album. Mm-hmm. But today it's, you're doing the whole project for the most part. Most people go in and do the entire project, and then a lot of songs sit there for a long, long time. In fact, Buddy and Jamie and I have a song that we're hoping George Strait's going to record, but he's had it for almost a year, right? I hope I'm not jinxing it by talking about it, but it takes that long today, the way they do it.
Plus, it's a different world now with the digital age. It's much more single song oriented, the whole industry as a whole. It's interesting to me in that, I don't know if y'all find this interesting, but a single song download is 99 cents. That's what it cost in 1960 to buy a single.
Wow.
Think about that. That the price for our music is the same 50 years later as it was 50 years ago. Not one thing on this earth that costs the same thing it did back then.
Well, I can't say the writing has improved any.
Bill, do you take, like a lot of your songs, do you take them personally to the artist sometimes? Like Harlan used to just, he'd pick out an artist, he took them right then and there, like, you gonna do it or not?
Harlan and Hank Cochran were two of the best at doing that.
Yeah.
Again, I never was as good at that because, like I said a while ago, you don't like to be told your kids are ugly. I just never had the confidence, I guess, to take a lot of my songs. I mean, I have, one of the greatest examples of getting a song cut was one night, Jan Howard and I had written this lyric and gotten hung up on a melody, and I asked her if she could help me with the melody. And we wrote a song, we were out on tour, and we wrote a song called I Never Want to Stop Loving You, which has been recorded many, many times. Mm-hmm. We're flying back to Nashville. Jan and I are in a private plane. Conway Twitty had a plane then, but Conway was still living in Oklahoma City. So we left Asheville, North Carolina, flying over the Smokies, and we looked out the window of our plane, and Conway's plane was flying just right alongside us. Well, this is probably illegal as anything. Conway got on the radio and was talking back and forth to us, said, "What are you doing?" And Jan said, "Well, we're over here working on a song." Conway says, "Sing it to me." Sing it to me. So, right? Yeah. So I don't know, one of us held the microphone and one of us I think you sang it because you were more familiar with the melody. Sang it over the radio from this plane to this plane. Conway says, "I love it, I'll record it," and he did. Wow. That's the most unusual pitching story
I think that might trump Chris Christopherson getting in the helicopter and landing in Johnny's front yard. That's a pretty great pitch too.
Well, anyway you get somebody to record one.
Yeah, well, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't think the FAA was listening.
I'm glad they wanted part of the song.
Well, that's true. Yeah, they would be today. Yeah, a lot of things happened then.
But I've sung songs. I sang a song to Jimmy Dickens in the dressing room one time, just me and my guitar that he recorded. And I don't know, Gene, I may have sung some to you, but I never really, and I know I did Mary Lou, but I just, in general, I never went out and just pitched my songs a lot. I got other people to do that. What about you, Dallas? You've had so many covers. Did you pitch yours to the artists?
I pitched some, not a lot.
Get somebody else to do it for you?
Yeah.
I ask you this question. Did you find it hard to turn loose of them because you were an artist too? Did you have a hard time letting go of songs and letting the world have them?
No, not for the most part. If I really thought the song was for me, I wouldn't pitch it. But there were very few times that I really felt that strongly about it. I'd just write the song, and where it landed, it landed.
Well, one of the greatest singers of country songs is sitting back there at that table right there in the
you ain't kidding.
Body of Gene Watson. How you doing, pal?
Gene, didn't mean to leave you out. You've done some of the road shows with us too, man.
Yeah, great
Always
shows.
great.
Everywhere we play, and I was talking to Rhonda about that today, we're always having people come through the autograph line telling us they just saw us on TV the other night and everything, and those shows are great. It's a pleasure to be a part of it. Also, Bill, it's a real pleasure for me to be here and share this day with you. If anybody deserves any recognition, it's Bill Anderson, you know.
Absolutely.
One of the finest
You've
songwriters.
recorded several of my things and for your albums, and I treasure those recordings because you're the kind of, I mean, just everybody's favorite singer, or one of everybody's favorite singers, and
Well,
it's such an honor to have you sing something that I wrote.
Always bothered me a lot because, you know, you've written some of the biggest songs that's ever been recorded in country music and other types too, I guess. And I always figured, well, there was somebody a little bit bigger that you'd rather have the song. And I wondered about that a lot. And I hate to just come right out and ask you, but did you ever feel like you should save a song for somebody with a little bit better name or something like that? Did that ever happen to you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it may have, but I don't remember it.
When I got started, of course, that's been a while back, but I used to look for songs on, you know, back then there was A and B sides, and I'd look for B sides, and I'd look for album cuts, and anywhere I could find a song, that's what I looked for, because I didn't figure that to get in touch with anybody in Nashville, well, they was going to send me some of their good songs, and so I would take chances on songs that other people had picked out and chose to put on B-sides or put down in an album. And I just wondered if you were ever put in that position where, like, if I came up to you and said, Bill, hey, I'd like to cut this song here. So-and-so told me about it. And you might think, well, you know, I'd rather George Strait do this than Gene Watson.
No, I never felt that way. You found Farewell Party had been cut before, hadn't it?
Oh, yeah, a lot of times. Yeah. Well, you know, I recorded several songs that had been recorded several times, but like I say, a lot of the songs I recorded had been recorded earlier.
But see, that's what a songwriter loves. You cared enough to go into those albums and listen to those B-sides and seek out these things that were good songs that had never been hits. And then when you gave them your interpretation, they became hits.
Well, I'd like to try to sing one, if it's all right. And I've got to tell you that I was at the Grand Ole Opry one night, and I blame Jimmy Capps for this. But I was at
we blame him for a lot of things.
I was at the Grand Ole Opry one night, and Jimmy told me, he said, there's a song that Craig Morgan recorded, one of his albums, and he said, you need to listen at it. And I did, and I was hooked. I was hooked, and I recorded the song, and I'm not so sure I should have, but I did anyway.
Oh, you did a great record.
It's all right with everybody. I'll try to do it.
Oh, man.
Let me make my way over here.
Thanks, Caps.
Which is the best way to go.
There you go.
Jimmy, I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to try it.
I've been fighting with these sheets again. Can't make myself lie still. My pillowcase is soaking wet, and yet I feel a chill. It takes all I can do these days to just survive the night. It gets crazy when a man can't get a woman off his mind. When a man can't shake a memory, he runs hard and cold and blind. He hates her and he loves her, and he hates her one more time. Your love has such a grip on me, it chokes me like a vine. Oh, it's crazy when a man can't get a woman off his mind. I've been phoning you since 8 o'clock. It's almost 4 a.m. My mind keeps painting pictures of you out loving him. I just crushed a Dipsy cup for running out of wine. Oh, it's crazy when a man can't get a woman off his mind. When a man can't shake a memory, he runs hard and cold and blind. He hates her, then he loves her, and he hates her one more time. Her love has such a grip on me, it chokes me like a vine. Oh, it's crazy when a man can't get a woman off his mind. Drives me crazy when a man can't get a woman off his mind. Thank you, Bill. You killed it. Did Bill write that?
Well, that's
I
been
guess
sung.
How do you get away with I
That's
just
great.
crushed a Dixie cup for running out of wine? Shame on you.
That's the kind of phrases that make songwriters right there.
That's great.
Thank you. Amen. Hey, you know, I appreciated your question, Gene, about the songs. You know,
Yeah, I've wondered about that a lot of times.
I mean, it makes sense, you know, that oftentimes the biggest artists are going to get the best songs.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, it did to me, and back when I was of course later on I'm happy to say that I had some great songwriters that were sending me songs, and I appreciate it. But I always wondered about that when I was starting off. Yeah. I mean, Gene who, you know, and I could understand them not wanting someone that was unknown to record their songs.
Yeah,
And
but the other side of that coin is look at, there was a day when nobody knew who Garth Brooks was. And these writers that wrote Garth's early songs, he stayed so loyal to them down through the years. And I mean, everyone they gave him songs when nobody else would. And you don't ever know who the next big star is going to be or where the next big hit's going to come from.
It's funny because during these times that I was doing these sessions, of course, I've known you for years, but I got to recording some songs that I really, really liked. And one of them was, I didn't know until after I recorded it, was a song that you and Skip Ewing wrote. I recorded that. And then I heard another song on a Diamond Rio album, and I recorded it. Lo and behold, you was co-writer on that. And then I got a hold of this. 2 of these songs was in the same album. So, I mean, for some reason, and I consider myself a pretty good, judge of songs for Gene Watson. And it's funny, I got hooked up with Bill Anderson, had me 3 of them, just boom, boom, boom. But, I thank you.
It used to be, Bill, and you remember this, and it may still be this way, but once a song was recorded, it was just like it was kind of just off limits. No matter how good it was, somebody could cut it and put it out, and producers and a lot of artists were afraid of it. But like Gene was talking a while ago, that didn't seem to bother him, and it's paid off in some ways.
That's right.
And I think really that's pertaining to the artist. That's just a lack of confidence in their judgment. Sometimes they don't really trust their instincts when they should, because you know as well as I do that so many great songs, good songs, have just been lost because of just a cut.
Well, there were probably Dallas Fraser's biggest song was Elvira, and that had been recorded before the Oak Ridge Boys, right?
Well, it had been recorded, but not a national.
Not a national hit, but they had to find it somewhere.
Well,
they
Bill,
knew that there was a song
I cut
later.
14 Karat Mine. It was a Dallas Fraser song. And lo and behold, the first cut I ever heard of it was Dallas singing it. And I got it. It was sent to me, and I don't know who sent it, but it was sent to me, and it was on a 7.5, reel-to-reel tape. That's how far back it was. And I was looking for that special song. And we was going down the road one night after doing a job, and I threaded the old machine up, had to dig it out and blow the cobwebs off of it. Threaded it up and turned it on. I knew the minute that song kicked off, I'd found the song I was looking for, and he was singing it, and that was pretty scary right there because he's a fantastic singer. And he sold that song to me, and I love him for it.
Hey, Dallas, I got a question for you. Did the Oak Ridge Boys cut Elvira after Rodney Crowell? Did they find Elvira through Rodney's record?
Vince, I'm not for sure. It might have been afterwards.
Cut it after Bill Carlisle, did they?
I don't know.
Bill Carlisle? I don't know.
So that was about the same time that the Oaks found Leaving Louisiana in the Broad Daylight, a Rodney song. And just curious, I didn't know which came first.
I'm not for sure when Rodney did his cut. Yeah, sorry.
It's scary to think how many songs, are out there that nobody's ever heard. That if they could ever hear them, would be successful songs.
Yeah, and that's the key to a great publisher and a great plugger. And once again, a songwriter will catch that heat wave, man, and everybody wants one of this guy's songs or one of these guys' songs, and they hit that run, man.
But sometimes you have to just change them up just a little bit to make them a hit also.
Sure.
Well, you do. The timing has a lot to do with it.
Do you have any songs, Bill, that you wrote that you thought was real great and it's just kind of laid there and nobody's cut it yet? If you do, I want to follow you home.
Come on, I got hundreds of them.
Yeah. So one that you was really high on, that you really thought would be one of them,
And you don't know why, it could be maybe you made the wrong demo on it. Maybe
right.
Your timing wasn't just right. Maybe you just didn't present it the way it should have been presented. And I have gone back and continue to do this. Go back and maybe if a song that I feel like is really good is laid there for a while, go re-demo it, cut it again. If you made maybe slow it down or speed it up or whatever you need. Sometimes just that little bit of difference can be the difference between whether it gets recorded or it doesn't.
Do you ever rewrite it? Do you ever think, well, maybe if I just change something, or when you finish it, are you finished?
No, I've gone back and changed a lot of them. Sometimes it's not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, never stop rewriting them, do you?
Yeah.
What's your ratio of songs you've written to the ones that are recorded? Do you have like a whole bunch of them in your library that have not been recorded?
There's quite a few, yeah. You live close to where I live. I'll play you some of them. Yeah, there's no way you just don't get them all recorded.
When I first moved here, I made great friends with Harlan Howard, and he liked my singing, and he would ask me to come and sing his demos for him for $10 a song, and I loved doing it because I just adored that man, and they did that though. This young guy came in, and it always used to really irritate me. But I go, "Why are you screwing with a Harlan Howard song, you idiot?" And trying to make it sound like the Eagles, or whatever you're doing, But it worked. He was smart, and he got Harlan songs out there to new artists and different artists that may not be hip to Harlan, and it's a great lesson for me to once again see a different version, or we saw it today with Still.
Yeah.
You wouldn't hear it necessarily in your mind to do it that way, and it's so great. I got talking to Jan today, and I love spending time with her. She's I go to her for all the stuff. I love to sit around and have her tell me stories about the day, and I learned so much from her. And you were Bill's first duet partner, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? Or was there?
My first duet partner was Wynn Stewart.
Of yours?
Yours.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mine.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Have you, by the way, seen that new Volkswagen commercial that's got Wynn Stewart singing "Another Day, Another Dollar"?
No.
Oh my goodness, scare you to death. It's so good. I made me want to go buy a Volkswagen. I mean, it is just. It's great.
Carrie Underwood recorded that Randy Travis song, "I Told You So."
Yeah.
But I have a CD that Wynn Stewart's singing it.
Really?
Yes.
Bill, we all started out together, me and Jan, Harlan, and Wynn Stewart.
Boy, y'all made some great music and cut some great records out there. Stood the test of time really well.
I was just sitting here looking around and everything and thinking back when Harlan started getting some success, then the phone started ringing. It was either Bill or Roger was calling Harlan. They had a mutual admiration society going, and because they each admired each other's writing. And so I felt like they were part of the family before I ever knew any of them. And the first time I met Bill, I think was you came to LA to do some club out there. It was just you and a guitar. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
59 or something?
Yeah,
As Celie would say, it's 19 such and such. But I think it was 59 before. And then you came home with us and slept in the boys' bunk beds.
Yeah.
I had a lot of guys. Bear used to come over.
Sleep in her bathtub.
I've heard that.
Yeah, the bathtub.
They took care of me for years.
Yeah. First time Roger Miller ever called Harlan, I was with him. I'll never forget this. We'd been seeing this name. In those days, a lot of times they would just put the writer's initials on the record. H. Howard. We kept seeing H. Howard, H. Howard. Who is H. Howard? He's writing all these great songs. So Roger went and found out that it was Harlan Howard. He lived in California. He said, let's call him up. So Roger was over at my little apartment one night, and we got on the phone and got Harlan on the phone, and Roger's opening line was, "Harlan, it's Roger Miller in Nashville. I'm going to have you assassinated." Because you're writing so many great, that was his opening line. I'm going to have you assassinated. I don't know what Harlan thought, but.
Well, he probably ignored it. But those were great times, and great friendships that last a lifetime. Because even before, well, like I say, our friendship has lasted all that time, and I love it that we are still best friends, and I would do anything for Bill, and I know he would do anything for me.
And we sit around doing nothing for each other.
So, true, but that friendship means more to me than anything.
Well, it does to
And-
me too. It's
It's
way outlasted our career.
well, yeah. But I wouldn't trade that for anything.
I wouldn't either.
The same way with Bobby. He's my brother. Bobby and Jeannie are close friends. And I look around this room, and I am definitely in awe. But I love every one of you. And when I have to say, and I will say, gladly say, when Bill and I started singing kind of duets backstage or something before we started recording together, and I don't know who decided it or took the idea to Owen, but when I was fortunate enough to be accepted to be part of the television show, I was fairly green as far as being a performer and all this and that. But Bill is a perfectionist. And well, yes, you are. And I am too. And I want to do the best I can do or be, at whatever I'm doing. And we worked hard at the TV show. And Bill taught me how to be a professional, a pro on the show. And we changed the show, the road show, because after we started recording together, then we started being booked together and things. And we changed the show 3 times a year, so it would be fresh and new. And he always had a great band, and it was such a pleasure to work with all the po folks. And I became a po folk immediately.
You work for me, you'll become po folks.
But anyway, it was great, and I love you, and I love our friendship.
I do too. Thank you.
And I congratulate you.
Thank you. Thank you. This day has been very special, and I value every person in this room very highly, and I thank you for being here and your kind words. It's overwhelming. It'll probably dawn on me what happened a few days from now.
Well, at the end of the day, all we've got is each other.
Yeah.
Jan, would you sing a song for us, please?
We'll try that. We were talking about this song a few minutes ago, about pitching it to Conway, plane to plane. And I did the demo on it, and Conway recorded it, and Tammy recorded it. She did it in an album. And years later, I recorded it in an album, but the only time I don't sing it at the Opry because Miss Connie's there, and when she sung it, it's sung, So, but today I'm going to try this, and if, on the high note, just chime in, okay? Vince said he would too, and Jimmy. The nights were dark and long. I spent $1 million all alone. But I never once stopped loving you. My world was cold and still. My dreams lay unfulfilled. But I never once stopped loving you. I never once stopped believing we'd love again the way we used to do. And tonight when you came back, my patience was rewarded, for I never once stopped loving you. I could have loved another, but I chose to wait and suffer, for I never once stopped stop loving you. I prayed for God to guide you till I could be beside you, for I never once stopped loving you. I never once stopped believing we'd love again the way we used to do. And today, when you came back, my patience was rewarded, for I never once stopped loving you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I never once stopped loving you. Da 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 da. Da da da.
Get this one up, there we go. Mr. Anderson, just, that's right. You can stand up and look at your cake.
Oh, my goodness.
This will just be a moment in time.
Wow.
Is this from Larry's Diner?
No. Mr. Anderson, we have a couple of things for you. This one, if I can get the envelope open, is from the Braves. Dear Bill, my sincere regrets at not being able to join you on this occasion honoring you 50 years as a member of this group and for your songwriting. We hope this Braves jersey that says Whisper will be something that you will display with pride. All the best to you, and hope to see you in Orlando next spring. And we have for you a special book that everyone has signed, and those of you that haven't signed it, please do before you go. Commemorating today.
Thank you.
Now, since we're running late, sit back down, and the Whites are going to take us out.
Great.
Take that, Cardinal fan.
Thank you both.
Take that, Cardinal. Take that, Cardinal fan.
He is
Yeah, I
Cardinal.
think so.
Well, actually, we're going to take everybody home, but we're going to ask Bill to help us. You said earlier today that this was one of the songs that meant so much to you, and it really means a lot to us too. But every way we could try to do it and do it justice was missing something. So we
And
thought,
since you're going to sing about Mama,
yeah,
I want to get his daughter and
that'd be
his
wonderful. Thank you.
son-in-law in here. Would you guys come on in? This is Bill's daughter and their son-in-law. We can tell you happy birthday. Sorry, guys, now have that mama sing a song. You guys can go over here and have a seat.
We thought the best way to do it justice was to get your help. So
Thank you. I'm such a fan of everybody in this room, but a big fan of the Whites. Buck, you could have done this.
No, I couldn't have.
Thank you, and thank you for making this such a special day. I appreciate it. We have not rehearsed this. Vince, thank Vince Gill for doing such an incredible job. I wanted you to do good, but I didn't want you to do too good. I still want to keep my job hosting the reunion show.
You can have it.
You can have it.
And I think we should all once again thank this wonderful band.
God put a song in the heart of an angel, and softly she sang it to me.
I get to thinking a lot of times about back when I was a lad, of the old home place where I grew up, and of the days both good and bad. My overalls were hand-me-downs. My shoes were full of holes. I used to walk 4 miles to school nearly every day, through the rain, the sleet, and the cold. I've seen the nights when my daddy would cry for the things that his family would need. But all Daddy ever got was a bad land farm and 7 hungry mouths to feed. And yet our home fire never flickered once, 'cause when all these things went wrong, Mama took the hymn book down and Mama sang a song. Oh, I've been rocked to sleep many a night to the tune of What a Friend. And then come morning and Rock of Ages would wake me gently once again. And then I remember how Daddy used to reach up and he'd take the Bible down and he'd read it loud and long. And I always felt that maybe our home was blessed when Daddy would say, Mama, sing a song. Sister left home first, I guess, and then Bob, and then Tommy, and then Dan. By then, Dad's hair was turning white, and I sort of had to be Mama's little man. But you know, it seemed that as my daddy's back grew weak, my mother's faith grew strong, and those were the greatest days of all. When Mama sang a song.
Rock of Ages, left for me. Let me hide myself in thee.
I guess the old house is still standing. I don't get to go home very much anymore. No voice is left now to fill those halls, and no steps to grace the floor. For you see, my mother sings up in heaven now, up around God's golden throne. But I'll always believe that this whole world is a better place, because one time my mama sang a song.
Precious memories flood my soul.
Oh, wow, it's so terrific.